Good morning, my friends, or should I say good night? Hope you are doing well. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Looking forward to another Asian session with you guys today. Excited. Big push from Goldie today. We're going to talk about that one. Trump tweeted something extraordinary, I could say. Let's talk about it. Let's go over it and see what we have today. Hope you guys are doing well. What's happening in the chat? Let's see. Any longs? Any pullbacks? We're going to talk about that. Let me see where the chat's at right now. Yes, nice. Good morning, Simon. How are you, man? Namavex, good to see you, my friend. Shandi, good morning. Dominic, morning here. Nice. Matt. Yes. You, Kimmy, what's happening, my friend? Yeah, I actually wanted to go live yesterday with New York, but I had some internet issues. So yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it out. Pradeep, good to see you. Ivy, good morning. Good to see you. Timmy, or Timely. Hello from Europe, 3 a.m. Yeah, that's some serious commitment, my friend. Serious commitment. Very nice. Okay, Dominic, good to see you. Yes. All right, my friends. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's talk about gold, where we are. We saw a breakout. We have some signs from a higher time frame perspective. They were a little bit undervalued. They were a bit oversold as well. At the same time, we are still in resistance. It's still not necessarily over. Like, it's not that the trend is just going to shift here, but we're looking at some pullbacks. Okay, we'll talk about it in a second. But let's put on some music, man. Let's get the party started. Love the Asian sessions. Love the Asian sessions. Very nice. Okay. We need this on, sorry, my bad. There we go. Welcome back, my friends. Good to see you all. We're gonna do a little Asian session again. We had some really good responses as well. Thank you for the feedback upon the Asian sessions. I really enjoyed it myself too. It's in the morning for me, so I was like, man, 3 hours, 4 hours streaming in the morning. I was like, oh shit, now what? I'm done for the rest of the day? Like, I don't have to like stream anymore? It felt a bit weird. Honestly, it felt a bit strange. But here we are again. Okay, let's talk about gold, because we saw a pretty strong pullback yesterday, right? And we have to like kind of go over the reasoning of what kind of happens right now, and why we are kind of seeing what we're seeing at the moment on gold, and how it has came to that point. Okay, I think it's kind of an important moment because yeah, as you guys can see here, many of you guys already know that, but we use like a tool that I created, which is called the Stealth Valuation Index. Yes, the Stealth Valuation Index. It's a tool that we use not just on the lower time frame, but also on the higher time frame. It looks like an RSI, but it's actually not an RSI. It is actually called the Valuation Index. It's a different indicator, okay? So the way it works is, you type in, for example, a comparison symbol, like the dollar. Now, we know that the dollar is negatively correlated to gold, right? Usually when the dollar goes up, gold goes down. Look at the dollar dropping today, right? Boom. Gold went up pretty significantly today, right? Look at that. Gold, boom, boom. So that's the dollar. So what do? We type in the dollar index, and then we put on comparison symbol, we click on OK. And then we have things like overvaluations and undervaluations. It's actually very similar to the RSI, but it's not the same because it also takes the dollar in consideration. And you can see that every time when we were overvalued, okay, right here, overvalued, that was actually the top of the market, overvalued right there, top of the market, right there. Undervalued, right? Short-term bottom, trend continued down, but short-term bottom. Undervalued right here, short-term bottom. Okay, that was a huge wick. And look at where we are right now, okay? We are undervalued again. Okay, we are undervalued again. Look at that right there, okay? We're undervalued again. And the interesting part about that undervaluation is right here, that we actually took out that low. We took out the previous low, remember? We took out the low from that wick yesterday and the day before, actually. We took out that low. We're actually shorting towards that low. Okay, do you guys remember last ASIN session where we talked about it? We had actually an incredible trading day, man, that day. It was a very good day. We were talking about that major order at the 75s. It was on futures though, so keep in mind, I was trading futures with you guys right there at that time. But yeah, anyways, we took out the low. That was the goal pretty much of the session, is that we were supposed to go for the low of that wick. And that's exactly what we took out right around there. So the goal was to trade towards that, to keep going short until that low was taken out. And now that low has been taken out, and we pretty much ended up looking like something like this here. Remember, that was the low. I think we had the stream set up. Right here, we had the stream trade, and then we talked about the fact that we wanted to short it continuously to the downside. That is what we did. So we went short there. Price came down. Price started to range. I was like, okay, let's stay out for this range. Then price broke structure again. Then I went short again. We shorted it until the CPI. Then I longed it at the CPI. Took profits at the point of control. Wanted to keep my trades running. Almost got stopped out. And then price came up. I was like, boom, this is going to go to the London highs. Did not. It came back down. And then I closed my trade in full. And this is when we started to range right here. And then pretty much what happened today was big push up. And now we're seeing the retracement of that, right? So now we have to think about the fact, like, is this now a reversal sign, right? Is this a sign where we start seeing, quote unquote, the reversal? Or is this the moment where we actually are starting to see or witness, you know, a little bit more, you know, consolidating behavior around this low right now before we start making a real move again, either further down or back to the upside here. So keep in mind that undervaluation is super important to pay attention to. It could cause a short-term bottom, not a reversal or a trend reversal, but just like a short-term bottom. It's kind of interesting to look at it from that perspective, right? Always understand the value, how things are valued, because no matter how bearish a trend can be on gold right now and how bearish we are, regardless, there are moments in time when pullbacks are necessary for a further move down, let's say, right? Because the market is definitely risk off. We're in a risk off environment, and this promotes dollar strength and gold weakness. So nothing has changed from this perspective. We did got some news from Trump. Trump said last night, I believe, Trump and Iran signing could be soon, maybe over the weekend. And guess what he did 2 days before that? He said, no, we're going to hit Iran extremely hard. We're going to hit Iran extremely hard again. But guess what he's saying right now? Trump and Iran signing could be soon, maybe over the weekend. So a lot of contradiction again. And guess what gold did? It flew back up. Okay? Now, what is important though to mention here is, in my opinion, the following. We tapped into this daily demand zone as well. So higher time frame demand zone, right? Daily demand right there. We held that support here. We held that support right there after taking out the low of March. Okay, the March low. Now we're seeing the pullback of that. Okay, so that's the higher time frame in a nutshell. Let's go to the lower time frame. Let's go to the 15-minute time frame. And let's mark a couple things out right now at the moment. What I always look at is the following. Okay, you can actually see that the last swing high was actually right here. We had the swing high to the swing low right there. Oh, swing high to the swing low. And what you can see is that we were constantly getting retraced. We pulled back into an area of low volume. We got rejected there many times over. And usually what you want to see if you get rejected, right? You kind of get a rejection like this right here. Okay, this is our rejection right there. And we got rejected twice, right? But every time when we got rejected, we failed to break the lows again. So what we did was, we created it down. We pushed into the daily demand after sweeping those lows from March. We pulled back. And what you want to see for further continuation is you want to see a new low being created. That did not happen. Okay, the low actually held steadily. So you could see that we created a higher low. We came up again. We created a higher low. We actually formed new support, right? So this is what you can see right now, right here. We formed that new support right here. Could not break it, formed new support. And then at some point, whoop, we broke higher. We broke higher, we broke structure with that Trump news. Always such a coincidence. Perfect timing. Because the market was pretty much already setting up for a breakout, regardless of the news or not, right? So this is kind of what we saw. We saw the breakout happening. This is the 15-minute time frame. So the daily is now in that expansion mode after the higher time frame support. And now you can see that we are clearly breaking out, and now we're pulling back again. Okay, now we're pulling back again. So what I like to do is, I like to use something called the volume profile. Let me explain how it works. And that's going to help us to look for a retracement right now, because there is a chance we might find some support soon. And we create one more leg up, at least one more leg up until maybe the New York session or something like that. This is what I'm anticipating at least. We're now pulling down, right? We're pulling back. But I want to show you this right now. And that is this tool right here, the volume profile, the fixed range volume profile. And if you're completely new to trading, okay, and you never heard about the volume profile, I recommend you to study it. You can learn about it for free. You can download my book. Okay, my book is in the description right here. You can just download my free book. It's a free book. You don't have to do anything else. It's just free to download. No strings attached, okay? It shows you this book right here that I wrote. You go to volume analysis and you learn about the volume profile, okay? And how it works, why it works, and all of these things right here. And this one, we're going to talk about right now, okay? The swing volume profile. The swing volume profile. So, right around here, okay? We have the fixed range volume profile. We take it from the wick from Friday, Tuesday, that manipulation that we saw, where we had our selling zone, all the way down to the low, okay? And what we're looking for is an area of low volume, like, and a value area low, which is actually sitting right around there, because that's where we're pulling back into. You can see there's a gap, okay? And in those gaps, we tend to find support. We tend to find also resistance, okay? So I think this is a really good retracement area for gold right now to pay attention to, right around there. Okay, this retracement area is pretty much looking like this right here. Low volume node. Let's mark this out. There we go. And then we have something like this. I can actually fine-tune it a little bit more, but it pretty much looks like this. This is kind of the area that I'm watching right now, if you want to make a little bit of a retracement right there, okay? So I'm waiting to see how price responds inside of this area. Look at the dollar, by the way. The dollar is bouncing from that support. So you would say, oh, that's very strong. We might shoot up again. It's true. But at the same time, the dollar is also going to face a lot of resistance again from this range. And that area is going to be here. It's going to be the point of control of this range. And I think we're not that far away from that resistance either. Okay, so we're going to find some resistance of the dollar right around here already. Okay, we broke below that many times over. I think we're going to find some short-term resistance on the dollar right there. So if we find resistance there and the dollar sees that rejection, that might be then, I think, very, very interesting to pay attention to. So that's why I am watching right now the 41.55 down to like the 41.30 pretty much, to see if we can find any form of support around this area. And I think this could be an interesting buying zone to look at. Even though, right, the higher time frame trend has not shifted yet. Okay, we are still definitely in quote-unquote resistance. We have this area on the higher time frame. So we do have to be a bit careful because of that. But the reason why this is a interesting area is because we are coming from a higher time frame area of support right now. Okay, and that is at the bottom right here. We did took out the lows and we did break structure to the upside. And we are going to pull back to a very important level right now as we speak. Okay, well, that makes sense. So I'm going to pay attention to this area, see if you could see somewhat of a reaction here. And it makes sense as well from an order flow standpoint, because the fact that we're going to tap into this box. I'm watching this box very, very carefully. Let me actually mark this out right there. It's this area. And it seems to be aligning very well with what we are, with what we're looking for, pretty much. This area right here. Okay, so I'm going to watch this zone very closely. It is actually on futures, a little bit of a different price. It's not the same price. Let me mark it out here. I think it is, let me check real quick which price it is on futures as well. So we have everything aligned because of the order flow. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, 79 to like 61, right? 79 to like 61. I think that's exactly what this level is about. 79, yeah, something like this area. Okay, 61. It's actually perfect. So that's exactly the retracement that I would love to see, pretty much, is a push into this area right there. Okay, maybe slightly higher. Yeah, 78 to like 61. Actually, it's perfect level to look at. Yeah, I really like this area right here as a potential zone where we could at least find some support in the short term. It's also like I think it's like a 50% retracement, by the way. So I think it makes total sense. Correct? Is it a 50% retracement? I think so. Let's see. It's probably not the same, exactly the same, but it's like pretty much. Pretty similar at least. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of confidence will match here. I do like it. We'll give it a try, see how it goes. I will be trading futures, but I keep my spot chart open here for you guys because I just want to say that like this is the same, pretty much same level that we're looking for. Okay, futures on the right and then your guys the CFD chart on the left. The reason why I do this is because many of you guys trade CFDs right all the time. So let me at least have something similar. Okay, gold. Support right there. Yeah, awesome. If you guys could smash up that like button, it would be amazing. This is my only my second Asian session so far. All right, my second Asian session. I appreciate if you guys could help me out. I've been only streaming the New York sessions. And if you're new to this channel, then and you've never seen me streaming before, because you don't really stream when I stream or trade when I stream. We've been doing a lot of streams in the New York session. Okay, a lot. When I say a lot, I'm saying a lot. Okay. But yeah, we're now a little bit going to go more into the Asian sessions as well. We're going to kind of find a balance between New York and Asia. And the main reason why is also because the price action during Asia is pretty clean, I have to say. It's very clean. It's very clean. Secondary, it's also in the morning for me. And I live in Asia. I live in Bali. I live in Bali already for a couple of years. You know, got everything set up here. So for me, it's also in the morning, which is actually new to me, but it's actually kind of nice, you know, streaming in the morning sometimes. I realized, oh, it's not that bad actually. It actually feels kind of good, you know? Waking up, straight to the stream, do my analysis, drink my coffee, get to work, do my work, go to the gym. Yes. Super nice. How did it go first time streaming Asia? It was actually very good. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, now overall I like these three confluences coming together very nicely. Love it. I do want to see there. I do want price to get there back towards that that green box on the order flow chart, which is actually this exact box you see on the chart, which aligns actually very nicely. I loved it. Okay, yeah, we are definitely pulling back strong, but that's what you want to see actually. That's what you want to see, because it's going to invite more and more people to sell. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Also, by the way, keep in mind that we have something like the, what is it? The SpaceX IPO today. Can you believe that? It's going to happen today, my friends. It's going to be huge, okay? It's going to shake up the New York session tonight significantly. I hope you are aware of this. The historic SpaceX initial public offering is going to take place on Friday, June 12th. That's today. That's going to be massive. That's going to be huge, okay? What's the market capitalization? Approximately $1.77 trillion. Think about that for a second. $1.77 trillion market cap, okay? Where is that money coming from? It's huge. Also, apparently, you know, Trump is going to sign a peace deal if you have to believe him. No one knows if it's true. But it aligns very well with some positive news from SpaceX, that IPO. Yeah, it's crazy. It's going to be a crazy New York session, that's for sure. Yeah. It's going to be wild. Yeah, what I would not do personally, I'm not going to invest in SpaceX myself. Number one, the Nasdaq is like at the top of the top right now. Retail traders can suddenly invest in an IPO like this, which has never been done before. It was at least $50,000 that you needed. You needed $50,000 in order to invest in these type of IPOs. Now they lowered it to $2,000. Okay, it's a bit interesting if you think about the reasoning why they would lower it. Seems a bit tricky to me, but like, you know, usually what happens anyways is people are going to take profits regardless. 99% of the time they're going to take profits at some point. You're going to see a huge correction, and that's, yes, where you can get, in my opinion, still the best price, or still a good price with better confirmation. So if you want to buy stocks like that, I would just be patient. I would wait. I would let price develop. Trust me, at some point there will be a correction. And that's just how the nature of the market works. It happens all the time. And you will have a better confirmation for whatever the case may be. Yes, you don't always will have the best price, but at least you have the best confirmation. And you can trade with momentum instead of invest with momentum instead of being, stuck in a position for whatever years in drawdown, in red, you name it. Yeah, let's see if you can get there. I think we're not that far already, so that's good. Donna Boy, today Nick and Spur final game also. Is that true? Is that true? Yeah, I think so. Is it the final game? That's the question. Will it be the final game? Lorenzo, is it hot in Bali? No, it's actually winter here, man. It's actually interesting. It's kind of winter here now. It's not summer, it's winter. I mean, winter. Winter. It's like 28 degrees Celsius. We call that winter. How long do we have left? 20 minutes for this hourly candle closure. Yeah, this is where we're going to find support already. Yeah, we're not that far from that level. Will be interesting for sure.
Bring the baseline back around again. Bring the baseline back around again.
Love that sound. Love that sound. Very nice. When does the Netherlands play? Netherlands plays, I think, a couple of days. I don't know exactly. I think their next game is very soon. Against Japan, I think. 15, Monday. Yeah, they play Monday. Yeah. Monday. So probably Sunday for most of you guys. Yes, sir. Yeah, why did it mark out this support? Well, the main reason is, you know, it's a combination of a couple different layers. So we have the swing high to the swing low. We just talked about everything. I can do my analysis one more time. It's fine. While we're waiting for price to get there, right? Let's do it one more time. So dollar is going to be there soon, by the way, as well. But yeah. So for example, right, higher time frame, gold daily time frame. We swapped. Finally, did actually sweep those lows, right? In March. It was a matter of time before we actually swapped those lows right here. We took out those lows. It was a matter of time. We wanted to trade towards that. Now, that's exactly what we did. We traded towards that multiple times. We shorted it from the top on the retracement down. This was kind of the short on the stream, I think, 2 days ago. We had our short here and we had this exit. We found support and we still came up. Pull back, shorted it down. Then the CPI came out. Took profits, came back down. And then closed position in full here. Then it started to range. Right, we had a little bit of a retracement here. So this is like the swing. Okay, we had a retracement. And we started seeing a rejection again. The price came down, but it could never break the lows here. So we started to range. We formed support here. And then we broke out, right? And now we're retracing. So what actually showed us, like, I think right now, after we took out those lows on the higher time frame, is that we could not break anymore, okay, on the lower time frame. So for example, we have a couple things that we look at. We're also undervalued against the dollar. Every time we are, by the way, we set in a short-term stop. It doesn't mean we're bullish. We just set in a short-term stop, right? We create a short-term bottom for a couple days. That's actually very important to look at as well. But most importantly, after taking out those lows on the 15-minute time frame, we had that last high to low. And what you wanted to see here was, of course, the breakdown, right? The continuation down, right? We had that continuation in mind. But because that higher time frame support and all of these reasons, we took out those lows for March, etc. Market did not want to come down any longer. It was like, okay, mission completed. And price created a higher low. And then it started to range, right? And it found support right here. So it found that support right around there. You saw that new support right there. And it couldn't break it anymore. And everyone was shorting here in anticipation of the breakout, let's say, are now stuck in their position because they were shorting the bottom. And the price broke out. So now they're stuck in that position right there, okay? Now, instead of now looking to short it, for example, because of this, we're looking kind of at a breakout, right? So what we do is we're kind of seeing the larger trend right now. This was that large previous range that we had. And this is that latest range that we formed, right? So what we do is we use like a tool called the volume profile. We take it from the high of that range here till the low. And then we look at, okay, how's the volume distributed? Okay. Inside of that high and low, and where are the low volume nodes? So where there's less volume. These are actually what we call the gaps or the imbalances in the market. Some people call it fair value gaps. Other people call it low volume nodes. That's how we like to call it, right? According to real institutional volume, the distribution of the volume, etc. And we can see that we have here a significant low. Okay, so then I mark out that zone and I look at my chart on the order flow chart. I look at like my order flow and I say, hey, is there a level that aligns with that, right? And yes, you can actually see in this candle. Now we're going to go a bit deeper into the order flow. This is gold on futures, okay? And this is a 4-hour candle. And in that 4-hour candle, there were 55,000 contracts executed right there. It's a lot of volume, okay? It's a lot of freaking volume right there. 55,000 contracts. But in that candle, there are levels where there is more volume executed, okay? Where there are more volume, where there is more volume executed. Now, okay, that is in that box around here, okay? The point of control of that candle. Now, that is exactly that zone that we marked out also on the chart by default, interesting enough. So that is actually a very good level that I'm watching, that I'm looking at right now at the moment, because it aligns also with kind of the institutional side, the volume, etc., etc., etc. here. Now, I heard a lot of people here in the chat, they trade Fibonacci's as well and stuff. They use that. And I think it's the same. If you take the swing expansion to the low, to the high, I think you're also sitting exactly inside of the 50 retracement as well here. I personally don't use it, but I saw that a lot of people are using it. But yeah, it aligns with every factor right here, okay? The low volume node, institutional orders, which aligns here with this box that we have marked out, and also the Fibonacci retracement. So I think it could set in for a little bit of a higher low. And if we want to come down and we want to reverse, maybe we just have to set in a double top or a breakdown or whatever the case may be. But maybe that gives us the opportunity to trade the retest, right? The retest of that expansion that we had, and knowing that we bounce from higher time frame support, etc., etc. Yeah, that's kind of the analysis. Now the dollar itself, let me see what the dollar is at. Is of course in support as well now. We have to pay attention to this. But like I said before, we're going to find resistance very soon on the dollar. And that resistance is going to be super key, because if the dollar can't break above this, gold will continue to push back again. So this is my buying zone right now for gold in the short term. I'm willing to see if I can get into a long, maybe take the trade back up and see how far we can stretch it. It's a pretty big move anyways, still. It's a pretty large move, you would say. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, a lot of shorting happened at the bottom here, that's for sure. A lot of shorting happened here, and no more lower low was created. And I think that would have been the game changer, right? If this was a lower low, it would have been a different story, but we couldn't. We started to get absorbed, right? We created a lower low, we then started to form that high, and we turned this into a balanced area, a range. And we could never break it. And then if you were shorting here, you were in a very tricky situation right there, right? Because there was no more follow through. Why does your volume profile doesn't show the swing? I mean, it's right in there, right? It's right here. It's the top pretty much of that level of the box, that zone. You can mark it out too. Yeah, so you see that a lot of confirmations are aligned there pretty much, right? Definitely a lot of confirmations are aligning. To give it a try, like confluence-wise, I think it's worth giving it a try. You can't use bookmap. I don't need to use bookmap because I have the orders here. The passive orders here and the aggressive orders here. It's the same thing. It's just the same thing. Level 2 data, right? The same stuff. Passive orders on the right and aggressive orders on the left. Delta on the bottom. Why don't you trade down to the low volume node? I wanted actually to do that, by the way. I did wanted to short it already. But I wanted to short it from here. Okay? Not from here. It's a bit too late now. But yeah, I actually wanted to short that. It happened at, I think the best short was at 8. I think 8 or 9. 8. Yeah, 8. Yeah, pretty much at 8. 8:15, something like that in the morning. 8:15 p.m. EST. So around here, right? That made so much more sense than now trying to short it here. When did we have the order flow to LTA? I think a year ago. Something like that, a year and a half ago. Everything in terms of order flow, it already was setting. LTA was already built around. To be honest, LTA was built for this. It was literally built for this. Everything to do with the volume profile perfectly matches with this stuff as well. Yeah, hopefully we can get there soon. I think we could. Let's see. Wow, it's getting lighter now. The sun is getting up here. I need to always change the... Like, you don't see me like that. You know what I mean? 1 second. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Huh? Yeah, we're still in resistance here. So to be honest, like it's actually super tempting to short this now, right? And to short it towards our zone. But I'm always thinking, okay, yeah, it's cool, but like where's my stop loss gonna be? Maybe above here, maybe above this candle high, but the risk reward would not make a lot of sense, I think. Or does it? No, I don't think so. Well, yeah. Well. Let's see. Super negative delta here, positive delta. You know, it's possible. Huh? No, I'm definitely not into shorts yet. No, I'm just looking at it right now. If there is a way to short towards this zone. Because we broke below the VWAP. We closed below this. A lot of sellers are stepping in here. This is where the last buyers came in. That got this is the last time when the candle was green. And this is where you will find resistance as well. Regardless, I still definitely prefer to long in this zone. There's no doubt, right? To look for the retracement and then look for longs. Let's see. Where are you guys from, by the way? Let me know in the chat. I'm actually very curious in Asia where you guys are from. It's the Asia session. Because usually in New York, we have a lot of Europeans. Yo, what's up, Connie? How are you, man? Dominican Republic, okay. India, Canada, Kenya, Morocco, Slovenia, Malaysia, Las Vegas, UAE, Philippines, Poland, Barbados. Yeah, a lot more island vibes, that's for sure. A lot more Western Americans. South Americans, North Americans. Interesting, actually. Singapore, Ghana. Australia. I'm in school right now. Nice. North Ireland. Okay, cool. Pretty similar, no? Pretty similar. Okay, awesome, guys. Awesome. You know, markets are slow but steady in the Asia session. Slow but steady. That's the best way to call it. Slow but steady. Yeah, it's definitely different. But it's very slow, but it's steady. Makes sense. Things add up. Yesterday it was moving all day. Yeah, yesterday was a strong push. It moved up, I think, in the morning or in the evening, depending where you're from. And then it moved down, then it moved up, then it moved down. Yeah, it was like actually, even though it was a range, it was definitely moving. It was moving for sure. But this was the tell sign that shorting was the most tricky. It was very tricky, especially during the New York session. Already, actually, in Asia, you could actually kind of already see it during Asia because the fact that you couldn't break the lows again. Yeah, now we have to do hourly indeed. So, you know, what's going to happen is that we might see a little bit of a reaction now. We could actually see a little bit of a reaction. Let's see. We're going to find love resistance already very soon, though. So watch this. Watch this level in a second. Let's say we tap into that, we can break it, and we flip bearish again. Then I might actually execute some quick scalp short. Towards our quote unquote zone. What caused a massive gold jump in New York session yesterday? Well, actually, it's a combination of a lot of things in my opinion. It's not just one thing. One thing that I would say is just always pay attention to the higher time frame. Never leave the higher time frame out of sight. Right? Always pay attention to this. Because when it takes out, like, this is what you see all the time. When you take out a huge wick like that, in March, this was that major liquidation event, remember? Where we went literally from 5,000. No, let's actually go to Monday. That was such a crazy week. We went from 5,015 down to 4,095, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 4,095. So from 5,015 to 4,095 in a week. A single week, okay? That wick has been filled now, okay? So we traded all the way back down to that low. And we found previous support on the higher time frame. And that's where we tapped into a strong demand zone, okay? Now, usually when you're undervalued, you tap into those zones, right? You tap into areas of support, and these areas of support on the higher time become more obvious, more important, okay? For example, here we were undervalued too. As you can see, we were undervalued right at the bottom right here. We were undervalued. And we tapped into another daily demand zone. It was also very nice, bottom right there. So that's actually our next area of support. If you break this one, we have actually another one sitting right here, okay? Which is sitting at the 38.91. But anyways, after that low was taken out, that's when the market started to range. And it couldn't break the low. So it tapped into the demand zone. It took out that March candle low, that liquidation event. Then it made a pullback, and then it couldn't create a lower low anymore. So after that, it's just a range. It formed support here. And the moment it broke out, okay? And then, on top of that, we did have some news around Trump, okay? And that Trump news was about Iran, peace deal agreement, etc. Right? I think it was around here, if I'm not mistaken. So I think some insiders had some information there, and then the news came out there. And that caused that last squeeze up overnight. So yeah, that's the latest news we have. Trump's potential peace deal agreement maybe in the weekend, he said. Maybe in the weekend. I don't know if that maybe is a certainty, but it's probably a maybe not. Probably a maybe not, but again, that's the news we're dealing with, right? If you would take the trade, what would you target? Then I would target the highs again, pretty much one more time. I'll be going for the highs because of the fact that I do want to see actually the retracement into. I was actually looking at the level, exact level, that gap, 4259. Yeah, that was actually a target I had in mind still. 5.9. It's actually right there. And it's actually right here. Yeah, it's actually right here. And then after that, back down potentially. That is something that we had in mind, yeah. How do you call this chart that you use on the order flow? That's the XO charts. EXO charts. Yeah. It's very helpful for gold to spot levels because the candle itself tells you a story too. Inside of the candle it tells you a very interesting story. So the question more is now going to be like, do I want to short it, right? Do I want to short this, for example, right now? Like if I want to look for buys here and I want to do something like this, maybe come down after, but like at least trade that bounce. Is it worth looking to short it now? Around this area, looking to short it back towards this zone. That is something that I have to think about right now at the moment, right? Do I want to do that? Well, the only way is to see how we react here in the 15-minute. And watch it very closely, actually. I need to look at the hourly. That is going to be... It's pretty much going to be here, correct? Yeah, it's pretty much going to be this level. Could even be the level higher. Yeah, let's watch this. Do you think an instant account Forex for $200? Then you stay consistency 1 or 2% bi-weekly is a good idea to trade part-time. I would never target something weekly, daily, monthly. I personally don't like to say like every week I would need to make 2%, or every week I need to make 5%, or every day I need to make 1%. Just trade what you can find. Trade what you can find. But if you say, listen, if I reach this, I am happy for the week, I'm done for the day, that's a different story here. I'm done for the day because I reached my target for the day. That's great. But I need to reach my target for the day is a different story. Yeah, awesome, man, that you're doing this. Instant funded accounts can be very interesting if you use it correctly. The only thing that you just have to look at with instant funding accounts is this. Let's say you have a 10K instant funding. It's more expensive, right? I don't know how much, I don't know how much it costs. How much does it cost? $10,000 instant funding. Oh. Did I just close it? Yeah, I think I did. I did. Yeah, look at the dollar. Okay, look at the dollar getting rejected from the zone. You see that? That's what I mean with like dollar getting rejected there. That's not really a surprise. So you do have to pay attention to this. A 10K account is $200. Instant funding, right? So no step 1, step 2, like instant funding. How much you said it was? $200? Okay. What is the maximum loss on that? Like, let me know what the maximum loss is. Okay, if you're trading in like an instant funding account, right? And your maximum loss is 6%. And it's a $10,000 account, right? So let's say this is your instant funding account. You buy an instant funding account, okay? And it costs you 200 USD, right? Then the reason why I'm asking what is your maximum loss is this, right? If it's 6%, that equals, right? 600 USD, okay? Is it worth trading an instant funding account? Yes. Why? Because you have a $600 maximum loss. That is a 3x your payment. A 3x your instant funding. Okay? That's pretty good to me. I never look at a 10K account. You don't have a 10K account. That's bullshit. You have a $600 account. Okay? Because that's what you can lose. Maximum. But if you pay a third of that to get that, it's pretty good. But you just have to think from perspective. I pay $200 to get $600. I don't pay $200 to get $10,000. I pay $200 to get $600. Now that makes no sense, right? It's worth doing because you get more leverage. But imagine building your account of 200 to 600. You need to triple it before you get there. So it gives you a little bit of a head start. And I think it makes sense. Keep in mind, usually when you trade instant funding accounts, you have worse swap fees on CFDs. You need to be careful of spreads as well. Right? So there are things that you have to take into account. But like, I see the benefit. I see the benefit of it. It makes sense. That's why people would choose instant funding accounts, because you get just more for your money, and it makes sense. But don't think, oh, I pay 200, so I get $10,000 to trade with. No, you don't. You pay 200 to lose maximum 600. Yeah, that's so good. That's still better, I would say. Yeah, it's very tempting to short here a little, actually, but a lot of signals are going against it right now. At the moment, you have the dollar is getting rejected from that level that we talked about already. We are in the VWAP on the hourly time frame. We have 40 minutes left, so that's a lot of minutes for an hourly candle to do its thing. And we have, I think, the high. I don't know if it makes sense from a risk to reward standpoint, like to put it there and to put our entry at our. It's exactly a 1-to-1. It's not the biggest though, right? The reason why it has to be there is because you want to put it above that hourly high. Right? But it's a bit more risky than waiting for the pullback and, in my opinion, buying and then looking for the retracement back up. Number one, the risk reward is so much better, and you're trading with the breakout, we retest, and you have a much higher risk reward ratio as well. But it is a level where you could see potential rejections from right now, right? It could be a level. But it's a bit more on the risky side. I would say if you're patient enough, then that's the area to buy. Yeah, my girlfriend uses a lot of Fibonacci, so I'm just checking it out, just testing a little bit, see if it aligns with my levels and stuff. And she uses a lot of Fib levels with actually the Vine profile. And it's pretty much the 50, no? Now I'm looking at it, it's like, yeah, it's like the 50. And it's exactly the low volume node. So it's actually so interesting how these things align. It's very interesting. Isabella says there are many ways to read the volume. You just try to read them what works best for you. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's why I wrote the book for you as well. So you can actually test things yourself. There are a couple different ways of using it. But these are one ways of looking at it. For example, you can actually look at it right here. But the most important thing that you learn from the book is to understand how to draw them correctly. So why to draw them from there to there, right? On the swings. When to use swings. When to use the fixed volume profile, which is the ranges. When to use the daily profile, which is the previous day. Right? Things like that. When and why to use it this way. And then you can look at the right levels and things like that for yourself. So yeah, it's a book that I wrote for you for free. If you want to have access to this, you can. It's very tempting to short it. Because we're still in that zone and the hourly candle is definitely in that same level. Most of those orders are sitting below, right? There is barely any limit orders are placed literally above. Most of the orders are all sitting there. Acting like a magnet. Yeah, I think we need to close below this level. If you want to short it, but buys are so much more interesting still. After. You know, sometimes you're tempted, right, to already short towards your zone. But like, you can see that we're not there yet. Like I was literally thinking to just place that limit already in case we get down there with some volume later. Already pretty much. Yeah, it's the exact same level. I would actually take it a bit shorter, not the 50, a bit lower. The 79. Well, actually, it is the 79. Yeah, it actually is the 79. Wow. And then I will put it to the 58. Yes. Yeah, this is futures, by the way, guys, just so you know. Just want to already place it in case. In case. The question is though, are we going to trade towards it? And if so, is it better to is there a chance to short with the lower time frame trend right now to trade down? That's something that I'm debating myself of right now. Like, is it worth shorting towards our zone, our buying zone? How to use the volume profile on the trading view? This tool right here. And the settings are... Oh, it's also the point of control, by the way. Look at that. It's so beautiful. Anyways, the settings are 128.70. Okay? 128.70. All your trades are trend opposites? I mean, I don't think so. Not sure about that. Shorted a lot on Wednesday, a lot. One. From the top there. From there to there. Okay, then I bought CPI. True. And then boom. No. Definitely more shorting than longing. But right now there's a reason. There's a clear reason for it. It's good that we're seeing a little bit of a reaction here. I like that. Yeah, here's the playlist, my G. You see, I got everything prepared. Every question, everything prepared here. Playlist, music, yes. Here we go. What would be the limit order on gold? I would say 55, 4150, 54. Sorry, 4154. On futures, I have it already set at 4178, which is a bit different from spot, right? A little bit different. So yeah, we still have to come down though. That's the question. Is this gonna be the continuation? And if so, do I need to short it towards that? But right now we cannot, because like we're struggling with this zone right here, right? And this is gonna hold support potentially. So we have to watch this zone very carefully. Isabella says, I'm moving away from crypto because I'm tired of Trump breathing, tweeting, or randomly speaking. Yes. No, that's correct. I agree with you. Trump could literally sit on the toilet. He's like, Iran, manipulation, peace deal. What? Nah, I already said this 5 times. I already said this 5 times. Let me come up with something different right now. No, he's doing his thing for sure. But somehow, I realized personally, I'm watching the news very closely, but I'm no longer letting myself becoming dependent on the news, because I've seen too many times that like the market is usually aware of it before it happens. Right? So for example, when price came down and it came up and it didn't set in a lower low here, and we found support again here, and we created that new support here, and we broke out. Here is when the news came out, for example. Yeah, that's just like, that can't be coincidence, right? That just cannot be coincidence. It's not possible. Did you change your trading time? Yeah, well, I had internet issues yesterday, so I couldn't stream the New York session. It's yeah, annoying to tell you guys, but like I still live on an island, right? And no matter how good my package is, how much I pay, how high quality internet I want, it's still an island, and on islands things happen. And it's yeah, it's part of the game, I guess. Yeah, so pretty much I would look for something like this. TP there, hourly high, and then I would go for the 95. And that's actually the last. Yeah, actually, that's actually the final zone I want to target. Soul Adventure, I took the short. Okay, you took it? Okay. It's so tempting, huh? But like this is what's holding me back right now from shorting. Right here. It's this zone right there. If you can take out the low and pull back, I would say yes. So if we could do something like this and we're still not in our buying zone, and we create a lower low here, and we're pulling back, then I would short here, for example. Then I would give it a try, because right now I just know that there is a zone waiting for us right here, which is this zone. This is like a level that I want to like break. You know, I really want to break. If price then still is not at our zone and we pull back and we are here at the same level right now, then I would short it. That's the only way I would short it, because then I know that this zone is taken out. This zone is taken out. And we'll probably then pull back and find resistance and sell off, right? Something like that. Check the dollar real quick. Where's the dollar at? Dollar. Okay. All right. Okay. Dollar is back at the support. But pullback is now going to find a lot of resistance here. So that's what you want. That's what you want. We want to see this. We want to see the dollar getting... we want to see the dollar struggling. Gold is dropping. It's getting there. It's getting there. I was looking for shorts too. Yeah, definitely around here. This was already pre-stream, like an hour before stream. I kind of noticed, by the way, that a lot of volume comes in at 8. Is that correct? 8 p.m.? 9. Hour 8 or hour 9? Hour 9, okay. Yeah, so hour 9, okay. I thought it was like 8 that we see a lot of volume coming in. If that's the case, I need to stream a bit earlier even. Like 1 hour earlier. Ah, 9, 11, okay. Like 8:30. Like 8:30 maybe. 8:30 and then all the way down to like 12. I would definitely be streaming New York. I like New York a lot. But I'm testing the Asian sessions now. There's less manipulation with Trump, things like that, because Trump is sleeping. He's sleeping. Then, yeah, we have a cleaner price action pretty much. It's pretty trending, usually, Asian session. You just have to catch the moves, but yeah, it is pretty trending overall. Also here, pretty clean. Here as well, pretty clean. This is actually the short that I kept trading on a Wednesday, was really good. A lot of trades on a Wednesday. Okay, Tuesday was a bit of a range. Monday, beautiful push down. So price action be very clean. And for me, it's also morning. You know what I mean? It's morning. So I can literally do the stream in the morning and then I am pretty much done for the day, which is also very interesting. So I'm not going to quit the New York, but I am going to implement Asia and balance it out a little bit more. Yeah. Because I want to get into better trades as well. Maybe when the market recovers, becomes a bit normal, then we go full on blasting New York sessions again. But yeah, this is my second Asian session ever. So I'm actually very surprised. I expected no one to watch this. But I will be doing anyways because I kind of think it's really chill. Xau says Trump needs to sleep more. I love the chat so much. Oh my god. Smith Wesson says the ambient kicks in at certain time. Then he wakes up again several hours later and starts rage tweeting. Oh, that's a good one. That's funny, man. That is hilarious. No, but it's definitely true that you see an impulse of volume coming in every hour and a half, every 2 hours. It's kind of like a block of every hour and a half. Some bigger volume comes into Asia out of nowhere. It's like divided into like 3 segments. I have seen this before too. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's so tempting to short this now. It really is. But I'm just watching this zone right here, and I just know that we're holding this level. And you can already see it. You can see that we're getting respected by it. You see that? That's exactly what I'm trying to say, is that as long as that's the case, you can see it right here. Like, you got a huge delta, negative delta. A lot of sellers stepped in here, but the candle closed above that. That means that these sellers are absorbed. And that means there is some sort of absorption taking place. So that means there is support here on the 15-minute. And now we're tapping into that support here. So I don't like to short into that support. But what I could do is, let's say, if price comes down and it breaks it and it pulls back, then take the short to our entry. So that would mean something like this, this, and then looking for something there, right? And then look for the opposite trade. So it could be that if you break that, and we don't immediately squeeze through our entry, by the way, because if that happens, it's just, yeah, a long line already. But if it comes down and it pulls back, then yeah, then we can say, okay, this zone is taken out. Now we have a free runner for shorts to our zone. So yeah, let's see if it can do it. What is the delta? Positive, negative delta. Delta means net. The net outcome of buyers and sellers. So for example, you have market executioners, right? People that press market. Or, you know, buy stops or sell stops that are getting activated. Market. If these market orders. So for example, you have 100 people that press market buy. Okay. Let me actually do it this way. So 100 people press market buy at this price level. And then 80 people press market sell. 100 minus 80 is 20. That means we have a plus 20 positive delta. Okay, if it's the other way around, so if it's like, let's say 80 and it's 100, right? Then it would be, of course, 80 minus 100, which is minus 20. Means that we have a minus 20 negative delta. Now, how is that important? You can see that in each candle, if there were more sellers or buyers in that candle. And sometimes people think that every green candle means there are more buyers and every red candle means there are more sellers. But that's not always true. Okay? And that's the beautiful thing about it. And also the most confusing thing, I think, for most people, is that sometimes there are candles that are red but have a green delta. So there are more buyers inside a red candle. Because you're not only dealing with market buyers and sellers, you're also dealing with limit buyers and sellers. And that's where opportunities are. That's how you find confirmations, opportunities. You can see who's in control, who's not, who's trapped, who's not. And these are kind of the order flow concepts, pretty much, I would say. But I don't like to look at order flow as a single entity or as a strategy or anything like that. I would use it as an additional layer to a regular strategy that we have already, which is the support and resistance, supply and demand, right? Higher time frame, supply and demand, some macro indications, you know, taking out some of these major zones, these liquidity zones, whatever you want to call it, right? These major highs and lows, the volume profile to find areas of interest, things like that. So you use it, it coincides with the confirmation, which is then the order flow, because you can kind of validate a zone with order flow. You can see if that zone actually makes sense or not, things like that. So yeah, it's not the same as just using order flow only as like your strategy, but it does help. Yeah, so the hourly has already flipped bearish. Okay, the hourly is flipping. And it actually got rejected from the VWAP, the blue line. And inside of this hourly candle, there are actually more buyers. You see that? That are stuck in their trade now. Because it's green in the top of that candle. So in this hourly candle, which is an hourly candle on the gold chart. So for example, it's this hourly candle on the gold chart. Right, the hourly candle right here. Inside of this hourly candle, you can see what happens inside of this candle, right? If you look at the candlestick chart, let's say. So if you go to the order flow, you can now see the same candle. You can actually see that right here is where a lot of people went long. More people went long than short, actually. Now, that is actually right here. And you would never know that. Okay, so how do you do that? How can you take advantage of that? Well, let's say this hourly candle closes like this, bearish. And the next hourly candle sets in a top wick. Then what could happen is, for example, that price will tap into these buyers. These buyers that got trapped were like, oh shit, I get a free runner. I go out, I close my trade because my buy is not working. So I'm gonna close my trade. And if you close your trade, what do you need to do if you are in a buy? You need to sell to get out of your buy. If you're in a sell, you need to buy in order to get out of your sell. All right, so one buyer again, one seller equals one contract. So if you buy, someone has to sell it to you. And if you sell, someone has to buy it from you. So if these buyers are then thinking, oh, I'm going to get out of my trade, etc., 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 it causes selling pressure because they're exiting their longs, which allows the top wick to be set off the new, and that causes the push potentially down, right? But that's how you can use order flow. That's just an example. I'm not saying we will do it now, but that's just the example of how you can look at it. But why is this important? It's important because trapped buyers and sellers are critical to understand which participant is in control and which participant is stuck in their position. Another thing that I think is important is the candle closure, because the candle can always change last minute. But the moment it's closed, it's closed. You know exactly how the volume in that candle is distributed. Before that, you don't know that. It can change in the last 9 minutes of this hourly candle. Everything can change. You can see a lot more volume coming in, and the whole candle can look completely different. So the closure is super important. It's really, really key. So that's why we constantly talk about the 15-minute closure, the hourly closure, the 4-hour closure, because every closure gives us more information of where we are, how the volume was distributed, who's in control, who's not in control, who's stuck in a trade, who's not. So these closures are for us very important. And also, the best opportunities I noticed is when the candle develops. So for example, if you want to enter a short, you want to preferably enter in the top wick of the hourly candle, right? That is the ideal scenario. And what does happen, what usually needs to happen is that if price comes up, it creates the top wick first before it flips bearish, let's say, and it pushes down, for example. So you want to enter in these wicks as well. That's the ideal, at least. So yeah, but that's all order flow stuff. It is not like the end of all. It's just one layer to like the story. I've traded without order flow for a long time, using the volume profile, using the retracements, certain patterns that worked just as good. The only difference I would say order flow would make for me is better risk to reward. Better risk to reward, better trade management. Knowing when my trade is no longer valid. When it doesn't make sense to be in the trade any longer. When and why I should maybe avoid this level, but maybe should pick the level below it. Things like that. But you could trade without order flow too. People that say you cannot trade without order flow, I don't necessarily think it's true, because I've traded without order flow for a long time and it worked just as well. But I do 100% agree that order flow allows you to gain a better risk to reward on your overall money. So knowing when to get out early or when to take profit and where to take profit, I think these things are just incredible. What is your ideal trade setup? What do you need to see within the candle itself and the order flow? Okay, so inside of each 4-hour candle, for example, this was such an amazing example because it was just exactly what we talked about in that selling zone. Is that this was the NFP? You guys remember? 1 week ago, the NFP, and then the range came, okay? And for some reason, we could never break back above. We were constantly in resistance here. And why we were in resistance here? Because this NFP candle had 81,000 contracts executed. That's a lot of contracts. That's a high volume candle. But then the question is, okay, where in that 4-hour candle was the most volume traded? At the bottom. Look at that. You see the highlighted zone red? The red zone, it's more bright. Now let's mark out the zone from there. Only where it's bright, not where it's dark, only where it's bright. And let's extend this right here. You see that? That is the perfect example of how to spot support and resistance in order flow right there. We could never break it. Too much volume, too many sellers, protecting price from breaking back higher. But yeah, some people say, oh, order flow is the holy grail. I would not call it the holy grail, right? I would just say it's just another form of interpreting data, validating your trading ideas, looking for certain confirmations when you have an idea in mind, right? So for example, if we say this is an area of support right here, or this is an area of support right here, that we can clearly see on the chart, and we had that marked out as an area of support, then we can wait for price to get there. And we can simply see how price reacts. What happens on the lower time frame here, and say, hey, we know how important this zone is. Now show me that sellers are trying to enter, but are not failing, are not succeeding, are failing. Now that increases the chances of success, for example. But it's not the holy grail. Did you set your limit order already? Yes, already set. Limit order is already set. You can see it on the right side. I trade futures, right? So I just have my gold chart here for you guys, because I realized that 71% or something, we did a poll. 71% of you guys trade CFDs. So that's why I put it like that for you guys. Did we at the gym today? Today's leg day, by the way. My legs are still sore from 2 days ago. Shit. Leg day on a Friday. For some reason, my Rolex has issues. I would say every month. I already brought it to like a store to fix it, right? We already brought it to the repair shop. But every month, my watch loses 5 minutes. Around about 5 minutes. It becomes 5 minutes slower than the actual time. Every time, every month. Yeah, this is why shorting was not the ideal, right? Otherwise, I would have definitely shorted it, but you can see how it's holding up. You see that? That's exactly that level that's holding. It's a bit annoying because I want price to come down, actually. I want actually to break it because the higher time frame has a lot more resistance still. The hourly, the 4 hour, etc. Okay, now it's good. SLJ says please short sell from here, otherwise I have to report this. Listen, I want to short it, but the thing is, this is the zone that's holding us back right now. This is the zone that's holding us back right now. We would be looking to short this thing here. I was waiting for price. It's already finding that support here. And yeah, it is holding up quite well. I have to admit this. This would have been the ideal zone though, really. Because this is that low volume node, the swing very low. It's the retracement, etc. It's such a good zone. So that's why my limit order is already set. But the hourly candle has just closed. And it seems to me that we're going to try to make a squeeze up right now, already earlier. So I have to anticipate on this if we do manage to close above it. And I might have to accept that we might not get down towards this area. But we'll find support earlier. But we have to kind of observe how this hourly candle now develops. Because this is only the first minute of the next hourly candle. You can never conclude something in the first 15 minutes of the hourly candle. Because the hourly candle can do whatever it wants in the first 15 minutes before it makes the real move. And how many times have we seen that before, right? Where the hourly candle opens up, it looks strong, it looks bullish, and then whoop, reversal. So let's evolve. Let's pay attention to the hourly before we make any draw any conclusions here. Try to talk with exit charts, create a trial class with your settings. And I think many people will buy the subscription. Listen, I talked to exit charts, but I mean, yeah, no, they don't do anything besides this. I'm just promoting, I'm not promoting it like I'm not an affiliate of them. Like, I'm not really selling you anything. But it's, yeah, I mean, it speaks for itself. It's a good software. You do have other tools, right? You have ATAS. You have Deep Charts now, which is a new one that came out recently. You have, of course, the bookmap. That's a little bit different than this. But it's, just, yeah, you know, it's another variant or variation. You have different tools, so you just need to find which tool fits you the best. I've noticed that the one that I have right now is optimized. It's something that took me multiple months, by the way, to make perfect, to organize, to make sure all the settings are correct, the colors are good, that it actually works, right? So it took me a long time to figure this shit out, that's for sure. Yeah. But once you have it, you do it once, and then after that, you don't have to do it again. You don't have to do it again. Yeah, and this is what I mean with like the hourly candle. It looks promising, and then it flips bearish, right? Looks bullish, and then it flips bearish because it's just the first 5 minutes. You can't draw any conclusions. Does this mean breakout continuation, my friends? We're gonna see the breakout soon. What do you guys think? I think the volume should be coming in ASAP. What do you think? Around this time? Are you based in the US? No, in the US right now it is night, I guess, right? It is 11 p.m. at least 11 p.m. 11 or 9 or something like that. Here it is 11 a.m. Yeah, now the hourly comment is going to show me this level. So if we're going to let's put this up a little bit. Yeah, conclusion. This is where the resistance will be. On the hourly. And that is going to be at 4424. Yeah, it's pretty much that hourly zone, right? It's just that hourly resistance. It's going to be this zone. Wait, let me check. This zone. Yeah, exactly that zone. Is it this candle? Yeah. This zone. Correct? Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a zone to watch for sure, regardless. I agree with your view. I think getting involved any kind of affiliate deal or paid partnership could make your public see you having a conflict of interest. Yeah, I always have been very careful with partnerships in general. Actually, my whole journey, I have not promoted a lot of things except for a group that I do with a small amount of people for 15 to 20 people every 6 weeks. But in terms of affiliates, I don't know. The only thing that I promoted was FundedNext, because these are like they're the biggest pretty much right now, except for FTMO. I think FundedNext, Funding Pips, FundedNext is one of the biggest. But you pretty much, if you live stream on YouTube, I would say you get pretty much 2 or 3 emails a day from like Lalu firm or get funded firm or whatever the case may be, any type of firm. Lalulu firm. And every firm has the best rules. But yeah. And DB says, I keep thinking about moving back to Asia, but the New York session. Missing out on New York. Oh, moving back to Australia. The time zone is so bad. Not being able to trade the New York session is huge negative. I don't know, man. Have you traded the New York session lately? I don't know about you, man, but like a lot of people are moving away from the New York session. Yeah, it's a bit slow right now. I see what you mean, but like in general, like people in my group right now, like I said, I've been hosting a small group of people, and I do this every 6 weeks at the moment. And these guys right now are absolutely crushing it, and actually a lot of them now trade the Asian session. They trade the Asian session too. So yeah, I mean, they also kind of realize that the Asian session as well is just like another thing that they're looking at. Yeah, I think they're all on the same page. But yeah. A lot of times you see the Asia session now, right now at the moment, you see a lot more trending market, a lot less manipulation, a lot more consistency in the direction. But yeah, sometimes New York has a major like squeeze or whatever. I do believe that New York will have its moment back again later. I do think that New York will come back the way it was. Like I do see this happening. %100%. The question is it worth shorting now? That's what we're looking for. Time to eat trading. Yo, Nick, what's happening, my friend? How are you, man? Good to see you, man. Asian session, yes. All the best to you, my friend, and your family. One of the real OGs, the most disciplined guy I know in this space. A lot of respect. Love it, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, love it, brother. So what are we looking for? I mean, either price break structure, pulls back. I'm looking to short it, number one, and just trade, quote unquote, the trend now. Another thing is that we pull back immediately now, and we'll find resistance in this higher time frame zone. And we'll pull back. And that's also worth a try. Or price does pull back, comes down without any form of retracement, and it just creates a push down. Yeah, then of course, clearly I'm looking to buy at least back there. And we did our breakdown on the higher time frame, why and what the reason is on gold daily, taking out the lows, oversold, many different reasons around the higher time frame, and how that support was formed yesterday, right? How we used the volume profile, we could see that we had that resistance there. Then here we couldn't break back above. We formulated support. We couldn't create a new lower low. Price held. It held that support here, and this was a sign to stay out of shorts. Yesterday, higher time frame aligned with the lower time frame, and then indeed the squeeze came, And now we have that retracement of that squeeze. So now the question is that retracement enough for one more leg up? So yeah, there are a couple of variations here. Number one is just be patient and just trade towards, to wait for price to get there and then go long. Buy limit already is there. That might take some time. So another layer could be, is there a way to anticipate shorts to that point? That's the question I'm trying to see now. If I can find any good reason for it. But this is for now the standard, and it's just purely patience, like real patience here. But there are scenarios that still make sense, that are not forced setups. But for that we need to get some confirmations. Abdi says, I took a short before Trump dropped it yesterday. It hit TP. And then everything went up. Okay, wow. Lucky, man. Great. Good that you got it. That you got out of it. Amazing. Yeah, this is some resistance we're going to face here very soon. So watch this level very closely. You got your package? One second, guys. Yeah, we're gonna reach that resistance very soon. So let's see if it's worth something. So how did you know to stay out of the shorts yesterday before the Trump candle? Yeah, that was the big one right here, right? That's exactly the reason we talked about. So for example, let's take like a new, let's keep this where it is. Let me open this a new chart for a second. Let's see. Let's do something like this one. Okay, so for example, Yeah, we talked about the fact that the higher time frame is something that we always watch. So this is that low that has been taken out. That's the March low, okay? That's the March low. That has been taken out now. And then we tapped into higher time frame demand. So that's already the big reason, right? The higher time frame support. Now, that doesn't mean much always because higher time support can be broken, right? So it doesn't mean that higher time support is like the holy grail. It's gonna be it's always gonna help. No, it can break it. It can continue to break support and continue to drop. But what happened was that we took out that low. We were super aggressively taking out that low, and we tapped into that support right here. And we saw an undervaluation. Undervaluation means that's a sign that we don't always see on gold all the time. So that's already some sort of macro signal that says you need to be careful with shorting now, because we're operating in a premium. Okay, it becomes more expensive to short now. That's kind of what it is. That's the easiest way to explain it. So for example, if you go to the 15-minute and price got there, okay, then what do we watch? We watch this very carefully. So for example, price tapped into that higher time frame support. Okay, now that doesn't mean much yet because like it could easily just do this and take it out and continue to drop lower, right? So, because we're in a downtrend. Now what happened was price came up, okay? And then it didn't break and didn't create a new low. It actually came back up again. You see? And it started to do something like this, all right? So now we could actually see that we couldn't break that low anymore, right? So if this was the last swing high and this is the swing low and this is the swing high, then there was no swing low yet, okay? We didn't see the swing low. And then what happened was price came down, okay? And it tapped into this zone. And then we saw another reaction. And that was this area. Now you could see clearly that we had support here. We had formulated support here, okay? So now you say, hey, we're in higher time frame zone. That's support. Now we're seeing also here, we're forming support, right? And every move gets supported here. You could see it again, right? Tapped into it again, held again. You see that? It held again. And then we broke out, right? Then we broke out, and then before you know it, we started to go up aggressively. You see, so it actually took out the low one more time here. If you look at this low, it took out that low one more time. Right there. And then it closed back above and it broke the highs. Yeah, that was a sign to not short anything anymore because the higher time frame was now officially aligned with the lower time frame right there. Okay? This was daily demand and this was that lower time frame. Yeah, support that was formed. And yeah, what you wanted to see actually for continuation was a breakdown, a lower low, pullback, continuation, or you know, anything in that matter, right? That could give you an indication. Or a push, a range, and a breakdown, and a continuation, whatever the case may be. But we broke structure, we did the opposite. Yeah. Now, at the same time, if you look at the dollar is still in higher time frame resistance. Don't forget that either, right? Dollar is still in higher time frame resistance as well. The dollar has been trying to break it, but it can't. We have been operating in this resistance forever on the dollar too. You see that? Right there. Constant rejection on the dollar. Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. You see that? Constant rejection from the dollar. Every time we get to that level on the dollar, we get pushed down again. So also the dollar is in higher time frame resistance as well. Okay, so also pay attention to the dollar when you're there on the higher time frame, because every sweep can occur. But yeah, you could definitely see that you have to be a bit careful. Now the Trump candle, the Trump tweet actually came here. The impulse was already before. That's the other side of things right there, right? But yeah. That was the actual impulse, etc. Okay, right now we're gonna go back to the high of the range where we actually came down from. We broke down before. We'll definitely find some resistance here, but gold looks pretty. It looks pretty strong, but I think we're gonna see a little bit of a pullback still. I'm gonna keep my buy limit open here in case price does come down, keeping the buy limits where they are. But that's just one way. For the rest, any confirmation I could see, okay, is there a way to see if you could sell? Still, is there a way to roll over and see if you could get there? At first we were really close. And then we found support already. So now the question is it worth giving it a try to see if you could get there as well? Well, I think if so, we are not that far away from that resistance. If you want to actually fine tune that resistance, you can actually see that it's exactly around that area. Right around there. So it's worth trying to see if it could get rejected there as well. But it is a little bit more risky than buying, in my opinion, right now. Like I said before, it is, even though you might say, yeah, but we're in a bearish trend, right? Yes, but we just talked about everything, about the dollar, about gold, about the whole situation right now, of what's happening on the higher time frame. And how we kind of got towards that point where we find higher time frame support, we pull back. And actually you could see right now very clearly that gold is making a bit of a comeback right now after taking out those daily lows from March. It's trying to go. And one of the targets that we had in mind was at least that gap fill here, which is sitting at the 4276 on futures and 4259 on spot, actually. The 4259, the 4260. But yeah, we're watching the zone very closely. So it's sell until resistance. Now for me right now, I'm watching. This is for me a buy. If you could get there, I would buy here. I expect at least a bounce from it or anything like that. It doesn't matter. But we need to get there. And we were very close, but we came back up. That means that right now we are seeing if we could tap into that zone, because this is, in my opinion, the most important zone that we have to watch right now, because we're close to it already. And that's that resistance, to see if it could break it or if we can get rejected at it. If we can get rejected at it, it's definitely worth to see. It's a bit more risky than long, in my opinion, though. Yo, Dan, appreciate it, man. Good night. Have a good sleep, and I'll see you in the morning. Your morning. Would you enter there right away? I would wait for some sort of confirmation. So I would look at the 15 minutes, see how price reacts, responds, etc. Here I already have placed a limit order. So that is already done. It's already placed. Exactly at the same level, I think, as on the CFDs. So that's already placed. It's just about here right now. So I would look to see how price reacts here and yeah, what happens around this area. All right, we're in this now. You see it already. You see the reaction. I would say watch the 42.10. Reacting to the VWAP. Oh yeah, you're right. This reminds me a lot of that pullback we saw as well around the same time on a Wednesday. We had that pretty clean pullback, right? And then suddenly we dropped right here. So we had this whole push. And then a clean sell-off to take out those lows. So yeah, it looks like Wednesday a little bit. Same kind of structure, let's see. The only difference is this time we're coming from a range on the bottom. right? And not from the top. I have a strategy, but I don't have money. Anyone give me some money, I'll pay you back later. You know what? You know what the thing is, bro? You actually don't need money, you know that? If you really want to like kick it off, you know? You don't need money. You don't need money. You need a little bit of money maybe. But I'm sure you can get that. The minimum of the minimum. For a prop from challenge or whatever. And, you know, in the meantime, just build your skill set. Build your skills. And prove to yourself that you can do it. And then, you know, money attracts. Money comes. Money comes to you. I think we're gonna get there soon. We're already in it. For our I have to say, it does not look weak right now at the moment. Are you in Bali? Yes. Yes. I'm in Bali right now. Is this live? Yes. I'm not AI, okay? I'm not an AI. All right? I can prove it to you. Apparently there's a trick to prove that I'm not an AI. You put 3 fingers in front of your face. It doesn't distort the camera. Okay? All right, so we're getting closer to that resistance. I will watch the zone. I will watch the zone and see if there's any chance of a short here. I do feel that shorts are more risky than longs right now, actually. But we'll watch it because it's such an important zone. At the same time, the dollar, I think, is yeah, it's definitely not there yet, but we will find support again relatively soon already. So we have been holding in this zone forever and ever and ever and ever. So yeah, we'll watch it very carefully. It could be aligning with gold pretty well. Because if the dollar does something like this and we just simply hold again, like we have done here, and we do it again, and we react again, and gold's gonna do the opposite, most likely. So we'll watch that on the dollar, but the dollar is not looking that strong. I think it aligns perfectly, so we'll see.
wanna try, well, I'll be looking for you in the night, well, when the lights get low, feel you don't wanna be alone, see it coming home, I'll be looking for you. Don't see the look up in your eye. When the lights get low, feel you don't wanna be alone, see it coming home.
Yeah, it's important to also look at the dollar now as well, not just only at the gold here, especially if you get to that zone. You really want to see what the dollar does. Not just the dollar, by the way, the euro too. Because if gold pushes, guess who's gonna follow up with this? Dollar's gonna drop, euro is gonna push too. So yeah, it's important to look at the euro. And I must say the euro does not look that weak at all right now, actually. I like that breakout. Also, the euro already gave us a sign beforehand. It's so beautiful. We already saw that the divergence on the euro before, where we created that lower low on price and that higher low on evaluation. The dollar, same thing, against the dollar. And we were in also, I think, a daily demand zone. Right here. Yes, we were in a daily demand zone on the euro USD. Okay, and that is going to be strong support for the euro too. So we saw that divergence inside of the daily demand zone. So we knew sooner or later we're going to make a pullback. We will absolutely make a pullback. Also on gold. Gold will go up, dollar will come down. Okay, and it will at some point happen. This was a perfect example of where the dollar is now. So much resistance on the daily time frame. So hard to break. We couldn't break it in June. We couldn't break it in November 2025. We couldn't break it in April, March, April. And we can't break it now. This is the dollar index on the higher time frame. So at some point we need to make a pullback also on gold. So I think we're not far away from it. I think it's already in motion, actually. But that doesn't mean that we're fully there. So I'm still waiting for the pullback to buy. And I am willing to sell now and take the risk of selling to short it to that buy. And yeah, this is where we are now. Okay. Already getting rejected here. And we need to look very closely at shorts now. I'm really interested to see if this is going to be the rejection that people are waiting for. Yeah, I would have loved to see slightly more pullback. So annoying. Lord Durham says, I blew my first 2 fundeds today. That's unfortunate, man. But, you know, you got it. You just need to be... Just take a break. For 1 day. Come back. Sorry, no. Take a break for the weekend. Come back Monday. Right? That's it. Take a break and come back on a Monday. Because I think if you start trading now again after you lose your accounts and stuff, you just want to make it back as soon as possible, and you get into like that negative like loop, and you just want to make back your money and like things like that. So maybe it's better to just take a break for the weekend, reset, do your analysis in the weekend, and start fresh. I would definitely look at this level right here that I just marked out. This is the 92. We could easily still bounce from here and continue to go higher. So I would keep that resistance level there. The zone is where it needs to be, in my opinion. If it breaks it, it's a different story though. That's a good sign. Simon, I blew my 2 months of hard work in one night. I was up 2x on my account. However, my emotion took over on a Tuesday night. When the market started to go down, I kept increasing my size too long. Yeah, that's unfortunate, my friend. Is that a buy limit down there? Yeah, my buy limit is already set already a long time ago, right there. Okay. It's already set. Buy limit is already set, but it's more about selling now, right? Is it worth selling towards it? How did the trade go on a Wednesday after Wednesday Asian session and after? Asian session, we had some profits. I think we were up. And then we talked about the level Asian session on Wednesday where we said that 78 is so important to watch. So I decided to go full short Wednesday. Full short. And then long CPI. It's my best trade of the best day of the week for sure. There was no doubt. Best day of the week. I nailed every trade. Every trade. So shorted from there. I actually shorted from there, but we found support there, remember? On stream. And then I shorted from there, exited here. Shorted from there, exited here. Longed here, exited partially here. Targeted the highs. Never got there. Closed it here. Unfortunately, couldn't close it where I wanted to close, which was the London highs. So yeah, 1, 2, 3 trades, I guess. 2 longs, 2 shorts, 1 long. Aslan says, you can't even imagine I lost 10K in 1 day last year. Since then, my life has been a hell, but here we are, alive and a newborn baby, trying to overcome all the problems day by day. Well, number one, congratulations, man, with your newborn. And I've definitely lost more than 10K in 1 day. A lot more than that. So, you know what I mean? We've all been there, my friend. And it's part of the process, I would say. I'd rather lose a big trade like I have in the past than wasting 4 years spending time, $100,000 on my university degree that I will end up never using. And I know I don't want to become a doctor or a lawyer or things like that, right? So for me, studying IBA, International Business Administration, that's one of the worst things you could do because it's just like you learn how to become an accountant. So yeah, I wasted a lot of time there, right? You think, oh, that's nice. I learned how to become an entrepreneur, become an, a business owner. Well, guess what? Didn't even know how to file my taxes properly. That's another layer. You don't, in my country, the Netherlands, you don't even learn how to do your taxes. Think about that. No one teaches you anything about how to do your taxes on school. I've never learned it. It never came across, never even was mentioned on my school. Not on primary school, not on the high school, not on my university. I never heard a single word about how do I file my taxes properly. So then I was like, okay, well, if you don't teach me how to file my taxes, I'm not going to pay any taxes. I'm going to go to another country. It's a bit of an overreaction, but you know, you get the point. Okay. Yeah, as we see here, you can see that support in this area already. I still believe we can get to our zone. Don't get me wrong, I still believe that we can get there. To that area of resistance there. And think about shorting. If the white line is broken here that I marked out, yeah, then I see there more downside potential. And then I also could say, okay, if that's the case, shorting becomes more appealing because we broke this low. We'll probably have some support again here, but yeah, we actually held that support, but it's much lower. We can manage it, but yeah, right there or break down or yeah, whatever. It needs to move right now. We need to move it. I thought you are from Italy. Yes, I am. Also. Yeah, Lorenzo, you never trade. Well, the thing is, I can't force you. I can't force a trade when there is no trade. Right? I can just hop into a trade at any moment now if I want to, and for the sake of it. And I think some people would actually prefer that. They rather just want me to see actually entering a trade, regardless if it's a good or bad trade or whatever. If I follow my rules or I don't follow my rules or whatever. They just want to see me being in you know, P&L. They want to see the P&L. Which I actually get because it is more exciting, right? But at least give me some sort of levels that I can work with. That makes sense. Give me something. I was also thinking about doing it this way. This is another way of doing the live streams, by the way. And that is just going live randomly, sporadically. So for example, I'm not going live at a fixed time. I just go live at whenever I want, pretty much. The moment I find a trade that I'm entering or that I'm close to, I go live on YouTube. The problem is you can't really rely on me because you never know when I will be live. It could be random. It could be random, you know what I mean? So it's always like, should I do this? Should I just go live whenever I'm close to a trade and immediately go live? Or do I have like a standard time for my sessions? It's always the debate. What is better? I think personally, the standard times are better because you can count on a certain time. You can kind of understand, you know, when to expect the live stream. And we do a lot of other things as well. We talk about the charts, we analyze, we do some education. You know, a lot more things we can do in the meantime while we're waiting for the setup. So it's kind of both sides to the story. All right, there we are. Watch this level. Watch the reaction as well from it. We are at the white line. Watch it flip. Watch it flip. Watch it flip. Watch it flip. Yeah, and it flipped. Boom. You see? That's the flip. That is the flip. The flip of the flip we talked about. At the white line. That's why I say if we want to break that, and we break that, then we're going to drop. Then we're going to drop. But hey, you see that? That's why I didn't short it yet. Shout out to Brazil. Very nice. You see a lot more Brazilians in the chat now during Asian session. I like that. It's good. Yeah, a lot of patience needed in this session. Damn, a lot more patience. Well, it can be worse than a New York consolidation. But that flip was kind of expected here. You see a lot more volume traded here. The fact that we're kind of retesting it. So that's why shorting here is so appealing, right? Because this is the thing about like... the candle. For example, you see that this breaks. And then what people do is they see that it's getting broken, right? It's kind of like a bear flag or something. And then they see it dropping. And the candle drops. And then people are starting to aggressively short here. And the candle then flips bullish. And, you know, now they're stuck in their position right there. And now they're going to come down. The next one's coming down. And now they're going to exit the trade. And then it's going to flip again. Yeah, so right now, Yeah, it's gonna try to break it. If it breaks and closes, different story, but it needs to be a 50-minute closure. For now, it's such a super important level to watch. By the way, if this flips again, bullish, you might get a quick scalp out of it as well. I really hope by the end of this session, or at least pre-London, that we can get down towards the lows here. We can get down towards this area. I really hope to see this. But for now, we're holding here. And the reason why we're holding here is because this area of support. I think it's going to be very hard to break this level. It's pretty much this area. I need to watch it, but it's pretty much. Let's look it on the 50-minute time frame. It is pretty much this level right here. Let me see where it is. So the bottom to the top candle. Yeah, it's pretty much this candle right here. This is going to be a major support as well that we're going to find. Yeah, you see it's already flipping again bullish, right? So same concept. CCI is negative, so we're wanting to push down, but the OB keeps bouncing us. Yeah, exactly. So this is the zone where we're now holding that support at. You can see it very clearly. This also means if you lose that the chances of continuation down is much bigger, right? And then I think shorting makes sense a lot more. I also think that if you come back to our area of resistance, shorting makes sense a lot more as well. You could look for something like this. And if it then gets back to that support here, you can still manage the trade and do whatever you want. So it allows us to at least manage the trade accordingly. For example, from here to here is already like 150 pips. So that is already enough to work with or deal with, manage with, in case we get to that zone. So there are actually two good scenarios if you break down or you pull back to that area. For now, we're holding this respectfully. And if you don't really see this, you think, oh, this is just going to break down. But the reality is it could easily just hold now, still. Didn't realize you stream Asian session, and this is all new, my friend. This is new for me as well. yeah, it's new for me as well. I like it though. I like it a lot. I do like it a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I really have the feeling, guys, that we're gonna hold support here. I don't know why. I can see it. It's getting absorbed here. You can actually see it very clearly on the lower time frame, like on the 5 minute right now. It does not want to go. It doesn't want to break it. It's getting absorbed pretty heavily. So we need to see some volume coming in for that to break. How big is this move here? This is how big? 130 pips, 140. Yeah. And I think that a lot of people are trying to short now. You can see it clearly. They're trying to. I think we're dealing with a large absorption. I think that we're going to continue to push up into this resistance right now. I think we're going to go higher. Do you remember when a 100 pip move was insane? Now it's just a tight stop loss. Yeah, I do remember those times. People were talking about a 10 pip stop loss. Now, 10 pip stop loss is impossible now. It's not even possible to have a 10 pip stop loss that makes sense. I remember those times, 100%. Normal for profit take in the second half of the session, perhaps. That would be nice. Like, we think about it, we want price to come down. Like, this is what I want. I want to get filled lower. That's what I want to see. But I just don't see it yet. So I'm thinking about, the only thing that we're thinking about is, can we short gold towards our zone? From up here, or if you actually close below here, right, then we can actually short it from there towards our entry and then buy. So we short and then buy. So we sell first and then we buy later. But right now we're holding that support. How do I trade prop firms the best way? You're looking to trade prop firms the best way with a high risk to reward strategy. Yeah. You wanna use a high risk to reward strategy. It has been proven to be better. Like in general, it has been proven to work better than a lower risk to reward strategy due to the variance that you're dealing with. So yeah. So high risk, high win rate strategy, not high risk reward strategy. High win rate strategy is what you're looking for. Yeah. High win rate, lower risk to reward ratio is more stable when you're trading prop firms. We call that the Monte Carlo. Okay. Simulations. And these are all the different simulations that are done. There are actually thousands of simulations done. And then you can see that in general, generally speaking, with a higher win rate and a lower risk reward ratio, you have a less variance, less chance of blowing up in regular conditions, right? If you trade a 1 to 3 risk reward with a 35% win rate, you're still profitable. However, the problem is, because of your 10% cap or your 10R cap on prop firms, the maximum loss limit, the maximum loss, or the maximum daily loss, etc., 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 you are limited to a certain variance. And this is why low risk to reward, higher win rate is better. Let's say if you risk 1 R per trade, so 1% risk per trade, if you can lose 10 trades, you lose 10%. My dreams is shut down the fan behind. Please don't waste electricity. You want me to cook in here or what? You want me to cook inside of this house? You want to boil me alive? Yeah, I think we're holding a lot. It looks quote unquote bearish, but like there's a lot of supporter. I mean, let's hope that it breaks support, but let's see. Hi, Lorenzo. Have you noticed that the ace session most always pulls back to 50% between the high and low of the session? Then either takes out the high or the low before the London session? Yeah, I did notice this actually. I did notice this. Yeah, but this New York session, by the way, I would be extremely careful. Extremely careful. If you trade this New York session, I would be very, very careful. And I would pay a lot of attention to the Nasdaq. To the stock market, sorry, in general. Especially the Nasdaq. Okay. Because you're going to deal with a ticker symbol called the SPCX. All right. And this is going to get released today. SpaceX is going to get released today. $1.7 trillion market cap. It will be probably one of the top tiers market cap in the world immediately. If that will not cause a bunch of volatility, I don't know what will. But this will be massive. So pay attention to this. It will be a big deal. It will be a big deal. Everyone is talking about it. Everyone is waiting for it. And everyone is extremely patient, waiting for that to happen today. So all right, we're at support, my friends. We are at support. I am very tempted to take it that long towards that resistance. There's a lot of selling anticipation here. People will definitely anticipate sells. Or I anticipate sells here. Like you can literally open a sell with an extremely tight stop loss, like super tight. Buy, sir, with extremely tight stop loss. Because it only has to break below that candle, which is this 15-minute candle. Let's see. Yeah, it's very tight. How did you mark out this support? Actually, this specific support is actually coming from the order flow here. Okay, it's actually this area. It's actually this area right here. And it's actually a little bit bigger as well if you want to draw it, but this is that zone. And I think we have a lot of support here. What do you think about OpenAI filing the initial paperwork for the stock market? Do you think the AI bubble will burst? Will it get bigger like the Miami real estate bubble? Number one, the OpenAI filing is, I believe, in September. Same for Anthropic Cloud. I would say watch what the SpaceX IPO does first before drawing any conclusions. Because SpaceX is also a lot more interesting than just the space exploration. It's much more about data centers. It is much more about satellites, connectivity, you name it. So it kind of all blends in with each other. And I think that SpaceX will give us a lot more insights in what will happen later on in the overall market. Yeah, it's very tight volume, right? Very low volume. When is the last spike coming in? Maybe very soon. Because we see every 2 hours we have a little bit of momentum. Yeah, one thing is for sure. I think that that support that we marked out here is real. And there is no reason to short gold as long as we're above this level. Matter of fact, I think a lot of people are actually getting induced to short now, and that makes it more keen to go up. Because it looks so tempting to short it initially, right? If you look at it, you think, ah. The ideal levels, in my opinion, for shorts will be below the lows, which could happen if you break it, or above that resistance. Then we know, okay, this is taken out. There's like we can kind of see like a flush move. Every time when it taps into it, look at that, right? Every freaking time. Isabella says healthy volume. I think price action at Asia session hits different. I agree. It's definitely healthy. I think that's the right word for it. Healthy. Yes, price moves up, it moves down, but it's like it moves healthy. I agree with this statement actually. Yeah, look at that. We're holding that support. You can't break it. Yeah, there we go. You see? Lorenzo, I think Spaces is going to trap a lot of traders, a lot of retailers. That's what I've read too. And I think so. I agree. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that support is real on gold right now, yeah. That support is real. Yeah, the thing is, when you see this, it looks so tempting to short. Especially if you see this right here. You look at the candles and you see it dropping like that. Actually, this one, you see it dropping. And it's coming down like that. And you see this. This speaks like you want to short it. This is like, when you see something like that on the candlesticks on the 5-minute time frame, you're like, yes, that's short. These are shorts. Next candle comes. Even lower, actually. And then a lot more people are going to short it. So this one. Then the drop. Now let's put it smaller. One tick. Okay, now do that. So let's say there. Next candle comes. Oh, you can't even do that. Okay. Anyways, I think you get the point. No, you can't do that. Yeah. Where is our support zone though? I think it was there. Yes. Yeah, like I said, this is still like what, 140 pips, right? Something like that. It still has to close above it, of course, but yo, Luciano, what's up? IPOs are historically traps. Yes, definitely. I would be very careful. Every chart, every meme coin, everything you see, you have to understand that people have insider information. People have always a bag full of cash that they can dump partially for a better price immediately. And 99% of the time when you see these major releases, you get released, IPO comes up, you shoot up, and then you create a monster low. And you either come back to the IPO price and sometimes even lower. And then you start to see a large accumulation taking place. Right? And then is when you start finally, you know, if it's a good company, of course, make like the real move. Make like the real move. Okay? Yeah. All right, there we go. Support hold. Now you want to see a squeeze. Everyone trying to short the bottom here. And where are these guys going to put their stop losses? That's the question. Logic behind the support. Well, number one, you have the range breakout retest, so that's number one. If you take the swing low to swing high, I do believe that you will find the low volume node there. This is always a thing that we look at. But secondary, main thing was just in this area. You can see just that there is so much volume traded in this level. This is gold pretty much. The same zone that you see here. And you can find that support right there. So that is exactly that level of support. And that's where you retested in multiple times now. This also means if you break this, that the chance of continuation is so much likely, more likely, right? Towards the downside as well. But for now, I would not even consider that until it breaks it. Stop loss should be underneath, of course, underneath at the 86, 87, sorry. But like the thing about the retracement now is still that at the moment, I need to say it correctly. The 50-minute needs to close at least above it. We are doing this once. We want to see at least that the one closure. It will be nice if you can see this as well for an extra confirmation. But yeah, this could be a slow grind to the upside right now. And for shorts, we just need to break below this level. Then I'm willing to see like to look for short continuations. And I would 100% buy below. Like I've been waiting for this moment already. From the larger breakout retest, I would be buying here. Definitely buying here as well. Yeah, if we can get there at some point later today. But that's not for now. That's not what we're dealing with right now. How do you stay live for so long? Isn't it exhausting? I like it actually, to be honest. I like to be live here. I will give it a bit more time, definitely. But let's see how this plays out. If this shoots up or not. I do expect some support to hold here, like I said already. So, no, but I like going live right now. And the thing is, ever since I stream Asia, I'm like, wow, there we go. Ever since I stream Asia, I'm like, wow, this is so chill. This is so relaxed. It's crazy. Like, I'm so used to New York. New York, I have to be freaking focused like 100% all the time on my absolute A game. With the crazy markets and the Trump tweets and everything. Here it's like, I don't even have to be worried about Trump at the moment. I'm like, wow, okay. I can stream for 8 hours if needed with this price action. I know there's low farm now, but like in general, Asian sessions have been really, really clean. Yeah, so if you lose this level, different story, but I think we have a lot of work to do in order to make that happen. Don't get scared away by candles like these. Let's quickly look at the dollar real quick. Let's do a quick dollar update. Where is the dollar at right now at the moment? What is the dollar doing? Okay, so the dollar is dropping. Dollar is actually coming down. It's looking relatively weak. It tried to push up, couldn't. It failed. It is continuing its push down on the lower time frame. What about oil? Oil vice versa. However, oil is in demand. So we have to pay attention to oil, because if oil flips bullish, it will cause a bit of a squeeze for gold. So we'll pay attention to this area on oil. Yeah, dollar is not looking strong. It's going to go for that gap. Yeah, there is definitely still some upside potential. But in terms of volume, we'll keep a close eye on the volume, of course. Thing with Asia, sometimes the volume is very, very aggressive. Look at that. That was a very aggressive push up. Push down. And now we're seeing a little bit more consolidation before, I think, one final move. And this is actually super tradable. But we have to start, I think, also at 8:30. I've seen it before too. 8:30 is the best time to start the stream, because I think it was it yeah, you see 8:30. 8:30 yesterday as well. Here it was very consistent. It was just continuously clean price action here during Asia session. Very good. One beautiful trend. And on a Monday at 8:30, the volume kicked in. You see that? So I think we need to start at 8:30 instead of 9. I think that 30 minutes is going to make a difference. Here, 8:30, boom. Yeah, I think that 8:30 is going to be a good... if I'm going to do another Asia stream, 8:30 will be the level to watch. Or the time to watch, sorry. Not level to watch. Time to watch. Yeah, because I think you're going to get instant volume. Instant volume. $8:30 EST, yeah, PM, right? 8:30 EST. So the New York time. Okay, we're finally reacting a little bit. Is that oil? I think it's oil. You see that? It's oil. That's why I said we have to pay attention to oil now, because oil tapped into that demand zone. And we're now flipping bullish on oil. You see that? And that's why gold is struggling now. So that is a reason to get out, for example, or to manage the trade or whatever. Because oil is finding some support. And if oil starts to shoot up, gold's going to break it. So yeah, this is why you use multiple assets like oil, like the dollar, into your analysis. Because gold does not move in isolation. It's a very important thing that we talk about also with the group Gold does not move in isolation. Talk about it all the time. Right here. It does not move in isolation. Gold is a mirror of the global monetary system. We read that mirror by looking at the instruments that make up that system. What are those instruments? Dollar, 10-year yield, euro, oil, the risk proxy, yes. Okay, if the candle closes bearish in 10 minutes on the hourly, I think you have some, with oil now being here where it needs to be, and the dollar filling that gap, or trying to fill that gap soon, I think we might indeed now find some reason to break it. But we cannot deny that this was not support. This was clear support here. And it has a very hard time breaking this support on gold right now. It's very, very strong. Are you looking at the Nasdaq as well? Not during the Asian session. Not necessarily during the Asian sessions. Also, the Nasdaq made a big move, though. That's for sure. Similar to the euro, anything risk on, pretty much. Anything risk on. Okay, the euro is a byproduct of that. NQ, gold, silver, Bitcoin. I don't know. Bitcoin. Everything. Risk on. Yeah. Now we're looking at oil now mainly because of where it's currently at. Yeah, the volume is really dying out, so we have to really pay attention to this right now. But I would say any closure below here, with oil being here and flipping and breaking, might cause gold to finally break that support, even though it created that bounce. So sick. That support is so sick. Do you trade futures or CFDs? I trade both. But I do have a limit order already sitting way lower. Already set. The limit order is already set. It's not gonna go anywhere. That limit order is already set. Yeah, but that is that's gonna be a keeper. If we come down, then that's gonna be activated. What is this, Lorenzo trading the Asian session? What's the world coming to? Yeah, man. Welcome to the Asian sessions. Let's see, it's never been ever light in this house before on YouTube. This is the first white background you see. Even though it looks better when it's dark, it looks more fancy when it's dark, by the way. But anyways, the Asian session, yes. Super chill, I like it. I wake up, drink my Starbucks. But one conclusion is, next Asian session will be at 8:30 p.m. EST. It will be 30 minutes earlier. Because I think that's not just that extra piece of volume allows you to get into trades earlier as well. I think that piece of volume is that necessary volume, because I can see it from this whole week. If you go back to gold here, where is it? Yeah, let's take this one right here, for example. Yeah, 8:30. 8:30 is when the volume kicks in. That was the conclusion, actually. Can I enter sell below the current support? That's what I would be looking for if we break it. Because I think if you will break that, I think you're going to see more aggressive squeeze. And you can also just see how much it wants to break it, right? But it doesn't break. It doesn't break. Also, I think if you close above the previous candle high at the 5 minute, I think if you close above that previous high, that you also will have opportunities as well. So I think you're right in between these two zones right now. But this is literally that support that is for now unstoppable. Okay, well, we'll give it a bit more time. Otherwise, I'm just going to map out the scenarios. Well, number one, limit order is already placed for me at 4154. In case we come down later. I have a buy limit sitting there. Quite some size as well. Also on my CFD. I am watching this level very, very closely. The question is there a chance that we will be bouncing back towards the resistance before we get down? Or are we just going to lose this level of support now? And we're going to break down. And we're going to just follow this pullback right now. And break down. That is kind of the conclusion that I want to get out. Because it allows me to say, hey, am I willing to step into one more position? And execute one more trade besides my limit? You know, Lorenzo, start Asia 1 hour earlier. 30 minutes, yeah, 30 minutes earlier. Because I think that will make all the difference. Not all the difference, will make some difference. We'll have a bit more opening volume there. Yeah. Okay, dollar. Okay. You want to go for it, huh? You want to give it a try? I mean, do your best. When is the next giveaway? I think we're going to do a giveaway soon as well on the Aces session. We have never done that before. So I think we can do that. We'll do that soon as well. For sure. Like, it's just so weird. I don't even have to think about news right now. I'm like, is there anything news related that I have to worry about? No, nothing. It's a strange feeling, friends. It's a strange feeling. Nothing to think about. Nothing to worry about. Feels like 2024. Cigar, hey Lorenzo, I'm new to the channel. I've been watching your lives for the past few weeks. Really like the way you trade. I incorporate volume into my strategy now. Wow, amazing. And how's it going for you? Asian market is that maybe now, maybe at this moment, but the Asian market is not that at all. Look at what happened here. And look at what happened here the day before. Oh no, sorry, Wednesday. And here, that these are serious moves. And here, okay, yeah, Tuesday was a bit off. I agree. No, I must say it's actually super, super nice. So no, absolutely. Like, my community got me convinced. That's for sure. Oh, sorry, Sagar. I'm trying to find a way to confluence between low volume nodes and standard deviations. that I use for the projections and reversals. Do you have any guidance on how to use standard deviations? If you use standard deviations for things like the low volume nodes and you want to look for bounces, etc. Let's say there's a low volume node and you want to look for the bounce and you want to target something so you can kind of automate it, or you find a more mechanical process behind it. You can also use the VWAP, all right, when price gets there. And you might think, why should I use the VWAP in combination with low volume node? Because you can also use the lower bands, the upper and lower bands for that. Okay. So if you are getting to like a point of interest, you can always look for the upper band. Okay. Let's say as your target, as your second, third deviation, if that makes sense. Why? Because it's all still volume orientated. It's still volume based. That's why we use the VWAP, for example, right? It's still the volume weighted average pricing, low volume nodes, right? Also volume based. So you still stick to that same core concept of using volume. So I would say give this a try. Okay. Give this a shot. And yeah, see what you can come up with. I hope that helps, man. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you can test it out or something like that. I haven't used it, to be honest, myself, so it's just a suggestion. But I understand the reason why you asked this question about looking for the standard deviations, etc. into it, okay? Because it makes sense to me to do it that way and to give it a try. Did you stop trading New York? No. No. Not stop trading New York session. Okay, now that we have closed below this, because I think we have. Now we're seeing these sellers, the buyers stepping in as well here, failing. And now that the dollar is holding that support here, now we're getting interesting here. So now the dollar is holding that support here. Okay, and oil is also at demand. I think you can give it a try. Okay, I think, what time is it now? It is 1 p.m. Okay. It's 1 p.m., right? Yeah, I think you can give it a try, actually. I honestly think that right now, we are now at a point in the market where it's like, where buyers are starting to accumulate. The volume is still relatively, it's starting to increase a little bit as well. But what I'm looking at right now mainly is the dollar. You can see that the dollar is finding new support here. Okay, the dollar is doing its absolute best to break higher. Oil, same thing. I mean, it's not super strong, but like it's at support too, which is actually this area right here. Right, you can see that oil is gonna reach this area very, very soon. We have been constantly holding into the zone. So I think there is a chance now, guys, that gold, now that it actually has broken it or is close to breaking it, our zone that we talked about, that yes, we had a quick bounce from this. Okay, that was here. I think now we are at a stage where the pullback could actually occur. Okay, this will be the first target, I would say, and then the second one is yeah, my entry, my buy. Yeah, so I would watch this very, very closely now. I think that we're now at a stage where it makes sense. Something like that. stop loss, and then target is still my buy. Why wouldn't I do that, right? Because like I'm looking to buy exactly at that level. So, and stop loss should be, you know, above the candle, above that candle high. And then entry on the pullback, if you can get back there. And then I would say, really pay attention to yeah, pretty much the low right here. Right there already. Which is like the, yeah, pretty much the low of that candle, pretty much. I would do pay attention right there to that zone. Shave your beard. Yeah, I think this is going to be the first time that we're actually going to see the buyers being trapped in their position as well. So watch this closure in 4 minutes. You're probably going to get another retracement. Yeah, it's actually, this is not the RSI, by the way. Yeah, you see, now it's going to squeeze it. Now it's going to squeeze. See, now the dollar goes. Yeah, so now it's going to squeeze it at low. Do you trade CFDs? I actually do trade futures. But yeah, it's the same chart. Yeah, this is already a moment where you should think about, okay, pay attention to what happens here. Because you really want to see the closure below, actually, 2 minutes. RSI is bad or right indicator. I don't use the RSI. I think a lot of people get this RSI thing confused. This is not the RSI. It actually measures gold against the dollar. But it looks like the RSI, right? It does look like it. Ole says Bitcoin to 40 to 50K. You think so? I think it's a bit low. I think we're gonna see some support soon. Same for gold. I think we're gonna go higher soon. I think we have been extremely oversold on gold. That's why I'm trying to buy here. Still a lot of absorption here, I must say. A lot of absorption still. I think the closure actually happened quite strong. Much stronger than anticipated. So I would be very careful here, to be honest. I would not risk it. I would not risk it for now. If we close below this, I would say short. Execute short. But we closed actually right at it. With a pretty strong bottom wick, so I would not risk it for now. Don't think it's worth doing. And it's pretty unfortunate. Otherwise, we would have definitely executed the short here. Because the 15-minute showed potential. If we could close below, then I think we had some bigger chance of follow through. But it simply means, once again, that we respected this zone. And the moment we tapped into this, we canned it. We can't seem to break out of the range right now. We can't seem to break out of the range, even though we're trying. And this also comes from the other direction, also for the upside, by the way. We're just stuck in the range. Yeah. Do we want to do this? Do we want to do this? I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of it. With this latest 15-minute closure. The dollar is doing its absolute best though. Look at the dollar. Dollar is just trying to squeeze up. But you can just still, there's a lot of absorption here. And it's on both sides. That's the point I'm trying to make. You see it here and you see it here. So you're in the middle of the range. This is gold on the 15-minute time frame. You're pretty much in the range. So yeah, that closure itself would have been very clean there below. But yeah. The dollar is going. No, I'm not. This is not my biggest. I'm not a big fan of this trade. You might see now that it's dropping, but I'm not a big fan of it. I don't like the way we are getting still absorbed on both sides of the market here. That there is not really a clear direction at the moment. Especially with this closure. It means that there is still too much demand here. At the bottom. So that means you have to reclose below this in order to get in a setup. I'm not a big fan of it. Not a big fan of it now. This could drop and this could flip again. Yeah. Watch this flip again. I would not be surprised. Why aren't you using the comic short? I mean, I asked the question in the chat. Like, do you trade CFDs or do you trade futures? And I was like, 90% of the people here, or like 75% or something, were trading CFDs. So it's like predominantly people trading this chart. So for me, it doesn't really matter. Like, I can show this chart and trade this chart. It's no problem for me.
Bring the baseline back around again.
Why did you stop trading Forex? Because I want to focus on gold. I've been trading gold live for 4 years already. 90% of the time I traded gold. So I've always traded gold a lot more than anything else. But the reason why I stopped trading Forex is I didn't stop trading Forex, by the way. I do take some swing positions sometimes. Higher time frame swing. But for gold, I decided I'm going to go all in. I want to master one instrument fully and absolutely crush it one instrument and learn the most out of it. Because when this thing starts pushing, you can make so much money, man. So much money on gold. You can make so much money on gold. Keep in mind right now that on gold, generally speaking now, we are just in one big, massive, yeah, we just broke out of it, but we were in like one big, massive range. Okay, we just broke out of it right now. But like, watch when the markets are trending cleanly again. Yeah. But to be honest, guys, I think this is going to range for a while. Okay, I think we're going to be stuck in this range right now. You can actually see it in the order flow really clean. I see it here. I see it kind of here. You see that rejection? We're in the middle. We might stick here for a while. Okay. So, like I said, if we had a strong bearish closure, I think that I could have executed the short immediately on the retest. That was what I'm looking for. I think there's too much absorption happening around this area at the moment. I think it's better to be patient. This could flip again. And to sit into this trade, I don't think it's worth it. So, like I said, I think we have to commit to our first idea. And that is either it's going to go there and we'll find that resistance inside of this area, which is around the 4,210. Or we do eventually get there. I will definitely hold on to my buy limit. Yeah. Like the reason why there's too many confirmations around my buy limit that I'm looking for, that are aligning with my strategy, and that is higher time frame support. I'll do this one more time for you guys so you understand every reason behind it. Okay, I'll do this one more time. But the thing about gold right now, it's very important. We're gonna go higher time frame, we're gonna go lower time frame, and then I'm gonna give you guys a summary. And then I will be streaming Asia session again next Monday. Nice hair. Very nice. Anyways, we took out that low right there on the daily time frame, right? So the daily low was taken out. The wick was manipulated. Finally, yeah, I took out the low from that major liquidation event where we went in 1 week from 5,000 to 4,000. You know how big that is, by the way? 5,000 to 4,000? It was actually 9,000 pips in a week. Think about the amount of money. Oh my God, 9,000 pips in a single week. Not 900, 9,000, okay? Anyways, that wick caused an immediate reaction, okay? An immediate reaction back up again. Why? Because according to our indicator, this is the only indicator we use, pretty much. The dollar index, the valuation, we were undervalued against the dollar. And when we are undervalued against the dollar, what tends to happen is that when we're undervalued against the dollar, we create a bounce, we bounce. Why? Because it's like a rubber band. A rubber band analogy. If you stretch a band strong enough, at some point it has to snap back. Have you ever went to the gym? You had like these rubber bands that you were working out with. And the more you were pulling it, the harder it would pull back, right? It's the same thing in the market. The market tends to operate in balance. As if you are operating in imbalance, at some point it has to find balance. So the longer you stretch it, at some point it has to snap back. Gold and dollar have that love and hate relationship. That's how they work together. Sometimes they hate each other, they move away from each other, but they always come back at some point. Right? The deviation always comes back. So you have these undervaluations that this indicator measures, and you can see here when we're undervalued on the daily time frame, we tend to do what? We tend to bottom out, right? We tend to bottom out, as you can see right here. So we tend to bottom out, okay? Short term, not long term, short term, only short term. So here we're undervalued, we bottomed out. Here we're undervalued, we bottomed out. Here we're overvalued, we topped out. Here we overvalued, we topped out. Here we're undervalued, we bottomed out. Here we're overvalued, we topped out. You see how accurate it is? It's crazy. Why? Because it just works like that, okay? Now we're undervalued again. And that has been since March. So in the last, it took 3 months to get to this point again, okay? To get back down there again. And at this moment in time, now that we're undervalued on gold, okay, against the dollar, we are actually at a moment now where we took out that wick. We took out those lows. You see that? We took it out. So these lows are taken out, okay? At the same time, we did tap into an area of demand on the daily time frame, which is right here. So we bounced from demand, higher time frame support. We took out that wick, okay? That's the higher time frame in a nutshell. Now you go to the dollar and you look at the same thing. Now look at the dollar on the daily time frame, okay? And look at the dollar. Resistance. Right here, resistance, 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 and resistance. Wow. Since May 2025, November 2025, December 2025, March 2026, April 2026, and June 2026. We can't seem to break that level, okay? Can't seem to break it for now. Maybe later, but for now, we are operating in resistance, okay? But that is important to take consideration. Both the dollar and in gold, they're overextended right now. So you take that information and you go to the lower time frame. Right here. Okay? Now, let's take that information. And let's move back to where it all started. And that is this demand zone. So we bounced from that demand zone we talked about right now. This is that daily demand zone. Okay? We just talked about it. Now what happened was, price was consistently setting in lower lows and lower highs. Price came up. It pulled back. Did it set another lower low? It did not. Okay? It did not. Okay, that doesn't mean much because price could just continue to go up and drop lower, right? But then we started to constantly see here that we were getting supported. You see that? And we found new support. consistently new support right there. And it was right here. And this is where things became very interesting, because this is where you could clearly see that gold was getting supported after tapping into the higher time frame. And we were no longer operating. And then we broke the highs. We broke structure. And then after we broke structure, we created a higher low, and then it shoot up. And then guess what? The news came out right here. What a coincidence. What a coincidence, right? But that's the timing of the market. This is why when you take the news, always take the news with a grain of salt, because it seems to always align perfectly with structure and preparation. And it seems that people have insider information because they know that this move was coming before it came. Interesting how it works. But anyways, price came up. Now we have to push higher. Okay, so what I like to do is, because we're still in a downtrend, because we are, gold hasn't shifted trend, we take what we call the volume profile from the high to the low here. Okay, because we want to measure all the volume inside of this trend. Okay, and what we're looking for inside of this trend now is areas of high volume and areas of low volume. So low volume, high volume, low volume, high volume, low volume, high volume, high volume. We're gonna mark out the low volume zones, okay? And you can see that this area is what we call a low volume node right there, low volume node. So if you take out that zone, you could see that price broke out of it, okay? It retested it right here, and then it came up higher. You see that? Now, another layer is the fact that this is a very important zone, okay? This is for me an amazing zone, because we know that a lot of sellers that entered the market here got stuck in a position because they were shorting the bottom. So when market makes a retracement, okay, like it's doing right now, those shorters are going to think like, hey, I'm stuck, price is coming back down, let me exit, creating more buying pressure. If you sell and you want to exit your position, you need to buy it. That creates more buying pressure. So that low volume node is something that we use. You can learn about this in my book. It's for free. If price then comes back to it, okay, we're looking to actually long. Why do I look to long there? Because this is where I would love to see price go. I would love to see a pushback. Again, something like this, a retracement, and then a continuation back up. Why? Well, there's another layer, okay? My girlfriend uses the Fibonacci a lot. I think it aligns also perfectly with what she looks for, right? And that is that area right here. Sorry. Right there. The 50 or something. It's another additional confluence that people use in retracement. It's like the 50 Fibonacci, something like that. It's like that. Everything seems to align. There's so many confluences coming together there. It's a really strong zone. Very important zone to look at, okay? Now, at that time, we will be for sure undervalued against the dollar, okay, when we're there. Again, on the 15-minute time frame. That's going to help as well, okay? Now, let's look at it from an order flow perspective and conclude why I'm looking to buy there. Go to the 4-hour time frame. And if you're talking about the Trump candle of last night, let's talk about the Trump candle, okay? You know what? Let's talk about the NFP candle before. This was the NFP candle. Huge bearish candle. Super red, super strong, massive selling. Unbelievable, okay? But most of the volume inside of that candle was actually traded at the bottom. These 81,000 contracts you see there were actually traded right there. Not there. This was all a push. This was all executed market sell volume. That's interesting. Why is it important? Well, let's look what happened after that. Okay, let's turn this candle and let's mark out this that highlighted zone. Okay, in the footprint chart, which is the exact 4-hour gold candle. And we look at the highlighted volume inside of that candle and we mark it out. And guess where the volume was? It was right there. Look at that. And it couldn't break above it. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 4-hour candles. And we couldn't break above that. And we tapped into this over and over again. 9 times to be exact. That is the volume. Okay? That is the volume. Right there. Now, price came down. Okay? Trump candle today. What we're going to look at, the same candle. Big volume, 55,000 contracts. Where was the most volume traded? In this highlighted zone right here. That area. That is the exact zone that you see right there. Okay? That's the exact zone you see right there. When you put these things together, from a higher time frame perspective, lower time frame perspective, volume profile, support and resistance, order flow, Fibonacci, it's a very strong area of interest for a lot of traders right there. It will be very important to watch that level. Okay? So for that reason, personally, I have decided to set a buy limit there. Okay? And see how price goes. Now, the question was, can we trade towards this? Yes, you could. Was it a potential short? Yes, it was. I was not really comfortable with taking it. I didn't like the confirmations, but I could understand why you would take a short. Okay? But for me, the take profit will be there and my entry longs will be there as well for that exact reason. Okay? I hope this makes sense for you guys. Overall analysis on gold here. Why do I think it's important to pay attention to gold? Because right now you are in an overextension phase after taking out major lows. Okay, and I think this is always a super important moment for gold to watch very, very closely. Because I think that this is where you will find a lot of important levels. Okay, this is just an important zone. Now that you've shifted structure, it's really going to determine the reversal in the short term or not here. Now, what's the target? I would say target that gap, which is sitting in between the opening of Tuesday and Wednesday, which is actually at the 58, 59. Okay? 58 or 59, right around there. All right? Something like that. So I would target. It's still higher time frame resistance, by the way. Don't get me wrong. It's still there. The trend has not shifted. We're still bearish. Okay? So everything is still not confirmed. There's no reversal. But on the lower time frame, it starts. It needs to start somewhere. Okay? And this could be one of those first signs that we look for when price gets to a point of interest to potentially see if it could get towards that high. Okay? And then from there, we'll see later on if this is just going to be the other sell-off. I personally think we're going to see a little bit of a longer move, but we might be first creating a larger consolidation for a while before that actually comes to fruition, etc. And in terms of the New York session, I would pay a lot of attention to today's SpaceX IPO release. It's going to go public, okay? The ticker symbol is the SCPX, okay? The SPCX, sorry. SPCX right here. The space exploration technology on the Nasdaq. It's going to get released. We're going to get a expected $1.75 trillion valuation. I think it's going to have a major impact on the market. I think it's going to cause a lot of volatility as well. So pay attention to the volatility because it's going to be very important, not just for the Nasdaq and the stock market, but also on the dollar. I think it will have an impact on the US Treasuries. If it has an impact on the US Treasuries, it will have an impact on the dollar. It will have an impact on gold as well. Okay? So pay attention to this today. Super important moment, actually. Yep. Okay. Anyways, that is a 4-hour live stream with some education, combination, entry, etc. I'm still trying to find my edge here on the Asian session in terms of timing. I think that personally the 8:30 is the best day, the best time, because of the fact that we're seeing a little bit more volume at the beginning. I started streaming at 9 p.m. EST. I need to start streaming at 8:30. I think that we can get that one extra wave of volume on the live streams as well. So for me, this is all new. Still, this is still fine-tuning for me a little bit, finding my edge, finding the right time of the stream, understanding when the most volume is, how the volume is distributed, when the volume comes into the markets, things like that. So I think that the next stream for Asian session will be at 8:30 p.m. EST instead. Like 45 minutes earlier. You know what I mean? All right. Okay, in the meantime, it is dropping now. That's actually a good sign if you held onto that short position. So that's good. But pay attention though. Take profits ASAP around these lows there, which we just talked about. We did a full breakdown for it. But okay, I'm gonna come back on a Monday, and I will be looking forward to see how we can develop this over time here. There are gonna be periods where we'll both be streaming Asia and New York. Okay, not today, but maybe next week, either or New York or Asia. Sometimes I'll be streaming both. So I will release my schedule later on for that, man. Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you guys for joining. I really appreciate the support, man. Around this time already, 1,300 people watching. Really respect it a lot. Never expected so many people to watch the streams around, sorry, around this time. Okay, I'm gonna go to the gym. All right. I have to go. I talk to you guys soon. I'll see you guys later. Thank you for joining. Smash with that like button if you like the stream. And we're going to follow up with these Asian sessions a lot. Yes? All right. Awesome. Loving it so far. Love the price action, man. So clean. Much cleaner. Take care, my G's. Take care. Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your day, or have a good night. Go to bed. And wake up for New York early and see what's going to happen with the IPO. It's going to get wild. Okay. Much love, fam. Take care. Much love, fam. Ciao.